And what up, Piper? How you doing? Oh, is that how you get rid of monitor burn-in? Or is that just how you burn it in all the way? Yeah, where's that degauss button? I used to hit that button all the time. I love that button. Tink. Yeah, dude. I miss that button. Uh, the sound effect was essential. And real quick, hold on, I missed some follows. Frozair, thank you for the follow. Viskcha, thank you for the follow. Surferdeck, Sir Furdeck? I don't know. Let me know how to pronounce it better. I will. And Rider Law, thank you for the follow as well. Yes, a degauss shader. Ooh. That sounds fantastic. Yeah. All right. We do need to log back in. Um, I've got the Magewell. I forget which one though. I think I've got the HDMI Plus. Yeah, that's the one. I've been looking at actually upgrading as well. See, I'm considering upgrading to this one. The bread. Do you have the 4K Pro or the 4K Plus? It's probably not the 4K Plus. Oh, that's SEI. Yeah, so here's the 4K Plus. Yeah, Magewell is like one of the most expensive ones. Okay, okay. HDMI Plus. So it does support 4K, which is nice. But I have been having some issues with this one. He's using his teeth right now. Sounds like a terrible idea. I bet his dentist loves the fact that he's doing it. But yeah, basically with this one, if I end up getting like certain refresh rates and certain games end up making it like flicker and show like the bars, which is a little annoying. Oh yeah, I've never heard anyone say anything good about Elgato like capture cards. They do other stuff really well, but yeah, the capture cards are garbage. I've never had anyone I talk to be happy with their Elgato capture card. Maybe the ones that go into your PC as like a PCI bus or a PCI slot. Maybe. But yeah, I think I'm looking to upgrade to this one. So hold on, how much is it? Oop, wrong button. Yeah, about 600. So yeah, it's basically going to be double the cost of an Elgato, but I've also had this capture card for 6 years. Like, it's really good. For that value, like, yeah, totally worth it. Most people I talk to about Elgatos, theirs burn out within like 2 years anyway. So yeah, I will most likely be upgrading eventually. What is this though? Oh, so it's a switcher as well? Eh. Yeah, this isn't necessary. Yeah, I like this one that I got. Yeah, it's not bad. And I think I did end up paying around like somewhere close to that price. I think I ended up paying like 360 years ago, which is kind of funny. Like, it's still so much better than an Elgato that their price didn't have to go down. Has like better things come out. That's kind of funny. But okay, let's go log in. That was a lot of reboots away. Oh no, I didn't grab my phone. Hold on. So I need my phone so I can auth. 1 second. BRB. Let me dump this real quick too. And yeah, for anyone who who was here last night, I ended up getting a $25 credit from DoorDash because the driver went like so far away and my food was cold. Hmm. All right, 1 sec. All right. So yeah, two-factor auth. That's what I was doing. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. That's not what the deal was. I believe DoorDash just sent them on another delivery while mine was like sitting there ready. Yeah, take it easy, Kenny. Okay, so I don't think we need to worry about any other filters here other than date range. So I think for accounts, we're good. For quotas and quota accounts, we probably want to be able to filter and get like within a range. Oh, for size values, though, that's going to be tricky. Hmm. For size values, I think I want to come back to that. So basically, what we end up needing to take into account is the type of quota, right? And what the amount is, right? So if it's time, like seconds or minutes or hours, versus bytes, where it's like kilobytes, megabytes, gigabytes, etc., we're going to want to have those in like drop downs for the user to be able to select so that we can get like a proper range. And then for our backend logic, we're going to have to convert that stuff. Oh, yeah, this will be a good one. We'll let it keep going. Uh, you mean like we already do? Yeah, just saying, HTTP. I've been a front end dev for a while. I understand best practices as far as like sorting and filtering go. Even our sort value makes it into the URL. The URL as a source of truth is something I am passionate about. No worries. For other people to be aware is a good point, but it would come up as we do it. It's fine. It's fine. I've seen plenty of people mess it up, so I get it. It's worth checking. But maybe in the future, wait until you discover that someone's not doing that before that comment. Just saying. But yeah, it's fine. No worries. Spheriphoria! What's up, man? Thank you for the raid. Yeah, how you doing? So yeah, welcome everyone from Spheriforia's stream. Making your graph look like a space wallpaper. Okay. You may be somewhat interested in how we are doing our shaders here in Ghosty as our terminal. I don't know if you've seen Ghosty, but it's a new terminal that is pretty cool. And you can actually do like OpenGL shaders with it. They do. Yep. Exactly. Pretty in line with what you were doing? Nice. Yeah, I kind of figured it was like ish, like close. But yeah, the really cool part is that you can just go grab shaders from Shader Toy. Not all of them will work, right? But if we head there and look at a few, this one would work fine. Now, it's not necessarily the best shader, but the basic gist is channel 0 is going to end up being the like terminal text as part of the shader. And then you're going to composite that with the shader from Shader Toy. And then the other thing you have to do to convert it is invert the y-axis, because maybe that's a Mac thing, I don't know. Or maybe Ghosty is normalizing that in some way. So iTime should work. Theoretically, iMouse works. Actually, yeah, the iTime would probably be broken, because I don't think they're passing iTime properly. But yeah, so that was a good point. Good call. The mouse stuff you can just kind of ignore though, and it ends up working just fine. But yeah, so that is another set of criteria. Yeah, in some of like the clock ones, I really wanted to get like some of these clocks as like a background, because I thought that would have been cool, right? Like, dude, getting this one. Let's see, 12-hour clock. Yes, show grid. There was one that showed the seconds too. But yeah, there were some like really good ones that I liked. But yeah, they just don't work because the time can't get passed through. Ooh, like this one? Yeah, this one's cool. Like, man, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to get some like cool clocks like going, but you know, just doesn't work that well. Like, they don't pass that value through properly. So I think they may be passing some value. No, I think they're just hard coding it as a 0. Could hack it in ourselves. It is open source. Yeah. I would say check out their source code. There might be a good way to pass it. And we did some discovery into the source code at one point, which is how we discovered that they were just hard coding it to 0. Yeah, they do set some uniforms somewhere in there. Right, if we just do a search, we can find iMouse. Yeah, so the uniforms, like here's one, right? This is like the Shader Toy prefix. There's like another prefix, I think, too. But there's another spot where they're actually like setting that better. I'm trying to remember how we found it before. But basically, yes, the value that they're passing to that uniform just isn't available. So yeah, like just getting that set right would be the fix. I'm trying to remember how we found some of this. There was definitely a place where we did find it, and I just don't remember that whole process. But yeah, it's most likely where that shader toy file was. If we go renderer shaders, it's most likely not the GLSL files, but going to be somewhere in like possibly here in OpenGL custom. And yeah, here we can see that they're just setting date to 0, right? Mouse is also hard coded to 0. And I don't see any other place that they're updating it. Whereas like some of these other things do get updated. So like this is the default at least, but I don't see them changing it from the default. But if you guys are kind of, Zig programmers, you could probably contribute and, get some of that functionality added. I think another cool uniform would be like the mouse cursor location, or not mouse cursor, sorry, the text cursor location. So that like as you type, like blah, 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 like something could happen. Like maybe like ripples in like a koi pond or something. That could be cool. That I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure Mini Scruff. And yes, Veriforia has done a little bit of zigging. It is a good hoodie. Yeah, I like it. This was a gift from a viewer. It's like one of like the thickest and coziest ones I got right now. So yeah, like very similar stuff. Nice. Yeah, some of the other shaders I made, like I think this one is one of my favorites, especially when we're listening to synthwave. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, possible. There's also another bit where the shaders are like compiled when the app launches, which is kind of annoying. So like you can't just like hot reload your shader. You have to like close Ghosty completely and relaunch it. At least from what I've been trying to do. Like if we just change a line here and make it night drive. We save it and then reload the config. Nothing actually changes. So yeah, being able to make it like hot reload would be really nice. Ooh. I haven't done the water mixer with Booker's yet. It's pretty good. Definitely has like a larger like wheat like flavor to it. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Radio hosts love to talk, and this was a live on KEXP kind of thing, so it was like played on the radio. Hold on, I should be able to skip ahead to the next song. Because, yeah, they're talking for like the next 4 minutes. All right, they're almost finished talking for this like chunk. And yeah, sorry too, Bob. Here we go. Here comes the song. Because it's good music. It's really good music. I need to see if they have some stuff on Bandcamp so I can just pay for it and not have like the radio hosts talking. So yeah, for everyone joining in from the raid, the stuff that we are working on right now is not the shader stuff. But we did do some other shaders. Hold on. If we switch to synthwave, I'm definitely going to put this shader back on. Right now for the funk, I think we're okay with the shader we got. But the feature we're working on right now for my project is we want to get some other like filters so that we can like really find certain accounts or balances or quotas or whatever, maybe based on like a size range or something. Now that would normally just be as simple as like, yeah, a number input and another number input and we're done. But we're doing some formatting for things like sizes and things like time. So yeah, if your base like quota metric is seconds, you probably still want to display it as like hours, days, etc., right? You know, if it gets to a large enough number, you don't want to show someone 1,000,000 seconds. That gets weird. So instead, we're applying some like human readable formatting to these things, right? Because the baseline for this quota is actually bytes, but we're converting them to megabytes to, you know, for readability, etc. So instead, our filter is going to have a drop down for the user selecting like the scope of their range, whether it be bytes, megabytes, etc. So we're going to have an input field for the number, and we're going to have a drop down next to that input field. And then we're going to have like the, you know, for the min range, and then for the max of the range, do the same thing. And then we'll have to make some logic on the back end to parse that value that someone's sending, which is fine. So that is the exact like task we're doing. Yes, exactly. So the user would enter like 1 and we would have the drop down for megabyte. We could do that conversion on the client side and then just send that over to the back end, or we could do it on the back end before we do like the searching on the database. I haven't decided that part yet. I was going to just start building the UI first, and then we can make that decision. So yeah, realistically, it could just be a client side thing. And then we don't have to worry about sending extra data on the request, such as like what they picked in the dropdown. So yeah, like it is a middleman between these things, but do we want to have it be sent over the wire as part of the query, right? Part of like the query string or the searching? Or do we want to do that conversion here and then just send over the numbers? And I'm thinking we just do the conversion here and just send over the numbers as I'm like talking about it. Depends on the size of the API chunks. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, so basically, for time, we're doing the same thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know if a unit query parameter matters. Like, we could do it for this side, right? But what we are sending over the wire doesn't need to map one-to-one with what we have in the query string on the client. So that's what I'm getting at. Like, we're still doing query string stuff because it's a get endpoint, right? And we may want to cache that get endpoint. But I'm thinking we may have unit as a query string parameter here, but we wouldn't have that as a query string parameter that we pass to the back end, because I don't think they need to like match one-to-one. I just think it complicates things by trying to make them match one-to-one for that, because then that's logic that I have to write on the back end. Whereas, like, does the back end care about the presentational layer? No, it doesn't. It just cares about the number. In the same way that, yeah, start date and end date here is just the number. No. So I think you're misunderstanding too, Bob. This is purely about what I'm sending to a query, like to the database. The data coming back is going to be the raw number, right? So this value that we're seeing as quota here is actually just the raw number that we're parsing client side to display it that way. This is only about how we want to pass it from client to backend. So in that case, I don't think passing the scale value, I don't think that's actually necessary for the backend to care about, because it's a presentational value anyway. So you also have API users. So I understand that, Miniscruff, but as an API user, you're probably not going to be doing the get all endpoint that much, right? Most of our API users are most likely just going to be pushing values, right? They're going to be doing post requests. It's going to be rare that they're doing like a query of all of their data, unless they want to put it into some dashboard of their own, which they can do. But realistically, why would you build out that dashboard when there's this dashboard? Like, I understand that it could be a thing, but at some point, if they're building that dashboard, they can build the presentational layer too. Like, it's just a simple call to human readable at that point. So if they're doing that UI logic, they can handle the other UI logic too. I think someone building out their own dashboard for these things is a nice problem to have. I don't think it's going to be the common case. So we can actually concentrate on the MVP instead. Yeah, so basically, let me explain this business, and it might make more sense. This is balance or quota management as a service, right? So the idea is, if you are a game developer, do you want to build out the entire API for tracking a user's balance of the bullshit coins that you're maintaining in your application for cosmetic purchases, right? Things like that. So think of like League of Legends, where there's the blue crystals and the red crystals, and you use those for various things. You can use money to buy blue crystals or red crystals to actually buy skins. You can, earn blue crystals through the game by winning or taking certain actions or whatever, right? Maintaining that balance in that infrastructure, it's effort. And for a smaller game, especially game developers that might not be web developers, a service like this would hold a lot of value. So that is a balance. The other aspect of it is quotas, and a quota would be something more like if you're building your own hosting service and you want to, charge people based upon bandwidth, etc. What are they called? What are their actual names? Miniscruff. I don't know the difference. I thought they were always just called red crystals. Oh, RP. That's right. And blue essence. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Yeah. Okay. No, I get it. You guys are right. Yeah, touche. You just wrote an entire AAA game. You would hope you have the chops for it, but you see that some want it managed. So again, it's not that you have the chops, it's do you have the time, right? Anytime you're building out one of those like infrastructure style systems rather than adding features to your game is a time that you're just not shipping, right? Like your ability to ship the game is more important. Anytime you're building out one of these like dashboards or services for one of those things, it's time that you're not actually just shipping the game. Yeah, Charlize. I also simply think that a client as big as Riot would be a really nice problem to have. And I can absolutely take their feedback and build out other layers and things like that for them. Yes, exactly, mini scruff. Like the uptime of this system is something that they got to pay someone to maintain, right? So it adds up to more than just capability. There's opportunity cost of not building out a proper feature instead. There's also just ongoing costs for maintenance. So those are a lot of the reasons why software as a service gets used. Exactly. Yep. So yeah, that's the main gist. Yeah, right. Exactly. There's a reason why Clerk got massive investment, and they're considered the best auth as a service out there, right? You can build your own auth system. You can totally do it. But anytime you're doing that, you're not building your actual product. And that's why migrating away from something like Clerk is really something that only like big companies will end up wanting to do. But even then, once they get big enough, it's still something they got to spend time on doing. And they might as well just consume something that costs them less than an engineer. You're saying for e-commerce? There are definitely like e-commerce systems that would benefit from using something like this. I just don't know if it's necessarily like the right customer to like chase. I think my core target customers are software as a service companies that are building a product in which they have a quota of some kind, right? If we go and look at Clerk, right, and their pricing, things like monthly active users and, like other just things, right? Like maybe DigitalOcean is a better one. But like bandwidth, or I think we've looked at Vercel before. Yeah, Vercel pricing. So, right, like being able to track the function invocations and like all that stuff. Again, a Vercel has already built this stuff, but a competitor to Vercel just springing up would be a really legitimate like target customer for what I'm looking at. As an example, if I got accepted to Y Combinator with this project, pretty much every other business in that Y Combinator cohort would be a potential customer, right? I think that has huge value. But then also game developers and hosting providers are like a close second. Like pretty much everything needs to like manage usage in some way. You suspect there will be an upper size limit. So hold on. Beyond a certain size, clients will expect it rolled in? Maybe. Yes, exactly, mini scruff, right? Another, like, yeah, if you want to spin up. So basically, yes, I'm lumping OpenAI wrappers into that same like software as a service group. So basically, yeah, you build your own OpenAI wrapper, like Theo just did. How do you manage the balance of deducting tokens and all that stuff, right? Boom, right? That's a major use case. So the big thing is that it's harder to target those kind of businesses because indie hackers are the type of person that will pinch pennies and not want to pay for a service because, they don't have revenue yet. Whereas a software as a service with investment would be like a business that has money to spend on services, right? Exactly. Indie hackers will spend 3 weeks just to save $250. Like, they're not a good target customer. But if I could get bundled into like an indie hacker boilerplate, that would be a major win still, especially if I have a generous free tier. So yeah, anyway, that is like the general gist of this service. And I do agree that there may be like an upper limit to the size of company that we can consider. My main guess is that we can get in with a bunch of companies before they're big, and then once they're big, they need to justify the cost of moving off of us, right? And sometimes that cost is justified, sometimes it isn't. So realistically, it's a nice problem to have, right? If we can get in and be a part of like a company's like operating DNA, well, then they need to weigh the cost of moving off of us. I doubt we're actually going to be able to recruit large companies, right? At like, like onboarding a large company already. So yeah, like my main entire like business model is I think targeting like companies before they're big. For internal things, yes, I would consider an internal thing to be actually just a startup within a large company, though, rather than like the large company's actual product. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. As far as like starting this business, my idea is mainly just to target other small software as a service to save them the time. And real quick, let me shout out some follows: Nicolin and Pazrice. Thank you for the follows. So, okay, now that you understand the business, do we really think there's going to be a lot of other like companies wanting to build out a dashboard like this for like reporting and all that? No, and I understand that and I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I do think this idea has some legs. You know, again, it's going to be in the execution of it more than it is like the value of the idea. But I do plan on applying to some VCs with this product. I also built it because I plan on using this product in other things I build in the future too. So yeah, the next project I work on will be focused on purely dog fooding this so that I can understand it from a customer's perspective. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate the validation. Thank you. What I need to do is turn that pitch into a much smaller, like condensed chunk so that I can maybe do it at TechCrunch Disrupt or something, right? So that I could, just do the elevator pitch better. So far, like the only good validation I've gotten is after I've like put in a decent amount of effort explaining it. So I need to like figure out how to make that effort less. But yeah, I would love to apply it to like TechCrunch Disrupt. I guess technically do you have to pay, like how does TechCrunch Disrupt work? I was in town for GitHub Universe at the same time that TechCrunch Disrupt was going, but I don't actually understand the model, right? Like how do you get accepted to pitch your startup? Man, that's a lot of speakers. Has anyone here ever dealt with TechCrunch Disrupt before? Like ever been or tried to apply? It's probably going to be like a founder pass. Basically, the startup battlefield is what it is. Apply through their startup battlefield program. Ah, okay. What the hell? What the hell? They don't have a proper web dev over there or something? So yeah, 2-minute fast pitch on the showcase stage. Okay, that's the thing that someone was telling me about while I was down there. Prerequisites. Companies must have an MVP. Okay. Bootstrapped pre-seed or seed level. Sure. What do they mean by minimal press coverage? Local or industry specific coverage is fine. Some founder features are okay as long as the crux of the technology has yet to be showcased. Okay. Okay. Do they have a 2025 page yet? Include MQTT support. So like message queue stuff? Oh god. All right, I'm not doing that yet. Okay. So yeah, just something to think about. I'll probably want to check again in like a month. So, yeah, what do you mean by MQTT support? I'm curious about that from this perspective. Yeah, I think. Like, hold on. MQTT is just a message queue, right? Oh, telemetry transport. Okay. So, what would support for that look like? Right, like I get that, but what does that support actually look like? Oh, so like I consume their message queue? I still almost feel like their message queue would be the one responsible for like sending a request to Waltr, and then Waltr just responds with a response that the message queue uses to either re-queue the message or whatever, right? Maybe. I'm still just struggling to understand like the exact like integration. Okay, so what you're saying is I would build an adapter for them that is responsible for like fanning out that request to my API, right? So the adapter would be the thing making like the post request. So I guess my big question is the message queue a push or a pull? I was under the impression that their message queue would be the thing pushing the data out. So then it's just hitting my API anyway, right? Or would I need to be setting up a pull mechanism to listen to their message queue? Like the push makes sense. The pull, I don't think makes much sense to me. Push based. Yeah, so then it's just my API anyway. So then it's fine. Like, yeah, it's just hitting my API. The only difference would be creating an adapter for their message queue so that it knows how to like create the message. Okay. Okay. No, I get that. Okay. That makes sense. No, that totally makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Okay. No, and I get that. Yeah, I think it's beyond MVP at the moment, but definitely something I would really, really consider doing once we have some investment or customers, right? Or like revenue, right? Like that's probably the right approach. I don't think it's something we should do before like proper launch. I haven't actually dialed in. No, no, it's not available now yet. Now we're still building out the MVP. We're getting close, but there is like we recently did a major pivot. It used to be just a single balance, and it used to be that your account was associated with a single business. We actually have the support to actually allow a user to be part of multiple businesses that have their own balances and quotas, and also like we separated out what a quota and a balance are. So we've done like a major like pivot to like the core business model, and we're still working on launching that. So yes, no, it's not something you could buy now. My goal is to probably mimic a little bit of the clerk billing model, but I haven't landed on a subscription cost yet. And when I say like the clerk billing model, I mean like monthly active users. Hey, Space Case 225, man. Appreciate you. Like, how much do you think would be valuable? Like, how much do you think you would be willing to pay for this service? And I know there's a lot of contingencies on that, so you can give me a range. Okay, so hold on, Talented. That one's getting cut off. At a previous business you worked at, you landed Nike as a customer, and it came with a bunch of gotchas. Like when you alert them of a new document in their account, we had to hit their API, and we had to make sure we retry the API, and if it fails, we had to email them and ensure they got the document and such. But dang, they wrote a fat check every month. Yeah, yeah. So I would say I'm okay with having to do a bunch of development to support a new client. I'd be okay with that. But I don't think I should do that development up front until a client or a potential client is asking for it. Just depends. Like, I was hoping to have this like launchable and MVPable by the end of the month. We'll see if we get there. Yeah, you got a 10-year commitment first. Yes, I like that. And yeah, that sounds like right up my alley for sure. Um, what I would get at is I probably want to like let's go look at Clerk again because I think Clerk's pricing is really close to the billing model I want to try and support. Right? So monthly active users, you would get the first I don't know 10,000 free. We could look at some of that. We're not going to have any branding to deal with, so maybe like the monthly active users could be lower because of that. I don't know. But then there would be things like add-ons to maybe support like audit logs, right? So yeah, at that point, there may be like an add-on for customers that need like more auditability for like SOC 2. And I think EU has a new thing they're coming out with as well that I forgot the name of. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, allowed to post that. What word was even questionable? Yeah, I don't know what AutoMod thought was questionable about that. I forgot to actually look. Seems totally fine. X metrics, it is. You'd probably want to look at song because this song is not playing from Bandcamp right now. But then if you want my playlist in the future, or that's what you're actually looking for, there's the playlist. Okay, well, there you go. Sure, yeah, no worries. So yeah, I'm thinking something like this. And I don't know if 25 per month is actually the number I want to target, but I think that's like lining up a little bit with what you were talking about. I'd say 25 a month might actually be too cheap, but I don't know for sure. It depends on how my free tier, like, what we're giving people in that. So the monthly active users, the way they're tracking that is actually interesting to me as well. No, and I get that. Yeah, at a certain size, like it's something that you're writing off as an expense anyway. Yep. Then a $5 a month tier. I don't know about a $5 a month tier. Like assuming the value that a user would consume and like we would be filling for them, I would say it's at least a $25 a month thing. Yeah, too cheap and people will think it's shit. Yeah, exactly. No, no, you're totally right. That's the right way to phrase that. I completely agree. I would say 25 a month would be good, and then like an add-on for like SOC 2 compliant auditability could be worthwhile, which I would have to like research, and then that would be an extra 100 a month. Well, again, talented. If they have 10,000 monthly active users and they're not making any money off of it, I don't know if I want to have that as a customer anyway. Like, if you've hit 10,000 monthly active users and you're still not making any money, I don't think I want you as a customer. Like, dude, no. Ugh. Yeah, I would say 1,000 would be worthwhile. And even then, if you have 1,000 monthly active users, but you're not making any money off of them, oh, that's tricky. Like, I don't know. A bridge between free and paid. If $25 is breaking you at 1,000 monthly active users, I don't know. Yeah, I think I would diverge from their billing model at some point because the way they're doing it is like removing the branding and adding some other BS. Whereas instead, I would probably follow the model of if you're over the monthly active users, either I bill you just for your number over that, or I encourage you to switch to the paid tier that gives you more free active users, but it gives us like a baseline, right? So it's one of those things where like if you're consistently going over the free tier, then we heavily coerce you into getting onto the paid tier. No, and I get that, David Myers. That's a good point for sure. Um, yeah, yeah. That's why this is like a really like tricky thing, right? It's why this discussion is like hugely valuable because I don't know. Cloudflare level coercion. Oof. Oh man, that doesn't leave this chat because I actually want to get like I want to get into Cloudflare's like launchpad program. Okay. No, and I get it, David Myers. I think it would, yeah, it would heavily have to depend on what you're doing. Maybe like maybe it would be, and hey, is our free tier not generous enough? Reach out to us and we can chat about it, right? So then we can like have ad hoc like deals. Right? Do you have a use case where your monthly active users, are higher than the normal SaaS? That would be the interesting part. So mini scruff. I mean, just consider Vercel. Vercel has a pretty generous free tier, but they still have a quota that they need to track. So yes, like free users would still be part of like Waltr's services, right? Now it would depend on the business, but if you're a game, right? If you're a game dev and you want me to track, you know, your free tokens, right, that you use for some BS, well, yeah, that would be a lot of monthly active users. Yeah, I do think like a game using this would have a higher monthly active user than others, but would probably not be making as much off of their free users. You know, if it's like a service game, right? Like League of Legends, right? The blue essence, the blue crystals. Come on, right? Everybody gets blue essence. As a player, that is a balance you have to track for all of those people. Now, tracking that balance is basically like holding that balance is basically free for me. But if they are actively adding to that balance, that is something that will eventually incur cost. So, yeah, like the active user thing is definitely like the number I think I care about. And hold on, let me get some more music going. Yes, that is the big pivot that we have done talented. So with Waltr, right, there are multiple quotas you can have, right? So I can create a new quota and you can have 5 different quotas. I don't care, right? For balances. Yeah, right? We have game currency. We could create other game currency. Yeah. So that was the major pivot that we've done, which is why we haven't actually launched yet. Because I was talking with other people and like in a lot of like the startup kind of style conversations I've had. Like I've been to a couple startup events. I was down at GitHub Universe while TechCrunch Disrupt was going, so I got to talk to people there as well. I basically realized that no matter what, we need to support more than one type of balance or quota or whatever, right? What happens if our service becomes unavailable? Well, there's a big thing that I am using AWS Lambda. I'm using AWS Lambda, DynamoDB, SQS, API Gateway. Like all these things will basically scale infinitely, especially the way I'm consuming Lambda. I'm not going to deal with like the 4,000 invocations at a single time per endpoint, like in any crazy way, really, because each endpoint is its own Lambda. So I'm not going to run into the same problem that a lot of companies will run into if their entire like service is inside of one Lambda. Exactly. Yeah. That's my main point. Right? Like nation state DOS. Well, yeah, then I got a problem. Amazon going down. Oh, and I go live 5 days a week. I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. But yeah, if Amazon goes down, nobody expects anything else to work anyway. You know? So yeah, if Amazon were to go down, I don't know, man. Now, I may want to make sure that I am multi-region compliant. But Lambda, I believe, is not region specific. Dynamo, I believe, is not region specific. I get that convergent, but Amazon is actually really, really good about forgiving accidental bills or like one random spike. They're really good about that because they know if they lose you, they've lost your revenue forever. So the, $10,000 bill that you might run up, that's peanuts compared to the future value of your business and staying with them. It's something Vercel really needs to learn, but Vercel still has to pay AWS because they're just a middleman. So Vercel's kind of in a hard place there. Well, here's the thing, Talented. No, it does cost them 10K to serve the product because you are consuming a service that someone else could have consumed. So that cost, like, that's why they're able to bill their own internal usage of AWS at the same cost that they can sell retail, right? It's why they're able to write that off on their taxes. But here's the big thing. That 10K that you run up, they can also just write off on their taxes. And they have enough taxable revenue that any type of tax write-off is worth it to them. Vercel also could write off that no problem, but they just don't because they're a bit greedier, right? It's why you basically have to go viral on Twitter or some other platform for Vercel to forgive your balance. So David Myers, I'm aware of SST. I'm actually using a thing called Architect. So Architect is a really, really simple wrapper on all that stuff. Yeah, it's good. I think one of the biggest problems they have is that they are not really like TypeScript native. Like some of the creators of Architect are actually like anti-TypeScript, as far as I know. Like Brian LaRue and then Ryan Block. I believe both of them are just kind of anti-TypeScript. So they don't have first-class TypeScript support. They do have like some decent types and all that. But also there's like other things you're going to need on top of Architect. So if I go and look at one of these, it's fine. You know, it's a thing. They just don't have any like scaffolding or build tooling around TypeScript. Like that's something that you have to bring yourself. I mean, I think that's a big part of it. Like having to have like a build script is a problem. But one thing I want to show is oh, that was a bad endpoint. Hold on, that's our fixtures endpoint. Let's look at, let's just say businesses create. So if you want to create a new business, I have this wrapper on top, right? This at route decorator is what I'm actually using to build out my OpenAPI schema. So this, request schema gets built out elsewhere from my interfaces. The response schema, very similar, but then method, tags, the path, summary and description, whether it goes onto the open, like the public API or the private API spec, those are things that I do. But this is all like 100% like type checked rather than a lot of like doc block style open API generation. So if I were to do foo, right, like that's immediately an error, right? So I get a lot of value from that. This is something I built. This is not an architect thing. So I basically built out my own middleware and a lot of like the stuff I use to query my database. Like I have my own, not quite ORM, but way of generating keys so that I can do the single table data design. I've got a lot of things that I've built on top of Architect because Architect doesn't ship it. And I get it, like they shouldn't need to, and also it would be a little too opinionated on their part. But it's also the reason I haven't moved over to SST because I have all of this, infrastructure I've built around Architect that I don't want to port at the moment because there's no major value in that. But I would say if I were to start from scratch, I would probably be looking at SST. Or Pulumi or something like that, But a lot of this ends up being like really simple. With Architect, like WebSockets, super simple, right? They do the wiring of the WebSocket to API gateway and all that junk. I don't have to touch it, don't have to think about it. I just set up the WebSocket handler and I'm done. Yeah, Cloudflare would be a major consideration as well. Like the next product I build that will be dog fooding what I'm building now will actually be on Cloudflare. I'm pretty sure SST supports Cloudflare. Like SST is just a wrapper around Pulumi, and I believe Pulumi supports Cloudflare. Yeah, build on any cloud. Ooh, maybe they don't have Cloudflare? Okay, they do. One second, Bob. Real quick, let me just respond to David. I think Ion is like SST's like latest version, and that is the wrapper on top of Pulumi, basically. So they may have been AWS specific for a while, but I think their latest like iteration of SST is Ion or whatever, and that is like cloud agnostic because it's just a wrapper on top of Pulumi. From my understanding, I could be off. I haven't used SST yet. But Dax is a cool dude. So simply based upon interactions I've had with him, I would definitely check it out. Okay, so what is left for MVP? I actually have some notes. Let's look at them. So plans for the short term. I think we've got that. Implementing these filters, I think, is somewhat necessary. I need to do some like API restructuring. The main overview page we need to deal with. Settings like API key management and user management. Those pages don't exist because it used to be like a single user per business kind of model. A user settings page, which is going to be really light for the moment. Maybe like allow you to set like a profile image and like a name or something. We need some loading spinners in places. We've got like a couple weird bugs. This is like a nice to have. This we could launch with and then fix eventually. This right here. So basically what I was just showing with my decorator and like how it labels things, I use a thing called Dread.js to make sure that my API spec is actually truthful, right? How many times have you worked on a project that had an open API spec, but that open API spec wasn't actually up to date with the functionality of the API? Like pretty much every single time. Right? How many times have you pushed a change to an API but forgot to update the spec if you're a back-end dev? I've done it. How many times as a front-end dev have you like looked at the open API spec and tried to do a thing and you were getting 400 and you're like, hey, you chat with the back-end dev and the back-end dev's like, oh yeah, I forgot to update the spec. All of these things happen all the damn time. So I use Dread.js to validate my open API spec against my actual API. It's basically like integration tests, but it's using the open API spec as a source of truth. So then once I have that, I can actually make the SDKs that I can push out for various languages. So David Myers, yeah, I agree with that. But if you're doing something like Go, where you're putting that metadata into your source code as just like a doc block above the function, there's still room for error with that because that is rarely tested against the actual endpoint. So there is still room for human error no matter what. Now, spec to code, that's another thing, but I've rarely seen spec to code actually work. Like there's so much just like internal stuff you got to do. So yeah, for the most part, I'm doing code to spec, but I get actual like validation of my code because I'm using a decorator that has a type, right? That is checked right here in my editor. And then I'm still making sure that it is accurate, right? Like maybe I forgot to update a schema or something, right? Even though my schemas are generated, there's still a lot of value. There's an interesting one for a Rails lib to do so. That makes a lot of sense because Rails has a lot of like cool metaprogramming features that you could implement. I think there's less of that with a language like Go because there's less metaprogramming. With Rust, you could do it with macros in a pretty nice way, maybe. But you still need to actually like run requests against your API, right? Like the integration tests still need to be run, even if you're doing code to spec. Personally, in my opinion. And yeah, so quota groups / tiers. I think that's post MVP. Yeah, our production build has a weird thing. Like, so we got some bugs to fix. I think this is post MVP, and webhook support is probably post MVP as well. So yeah, I think a lot of like the short-term plan stuff is pre MVP, and a lot of the other stuff is post MVP. Received a XSD or similar to upstream for upstream data delivery, but this is based on the size of businesses. XSD, is that like an XML schema declaration or something? Yeah, I'm not aware of XSD. Like I've heard of XSLT, which is also what you would kind of use for that kind of system. And time to stare at their navel, yeah. But yeah, how do you feel about my XML schema definition? Okay, yep, that's what I thought. That's interesting, because I've seen XSLTs for a similar kind of use case, even though like it's not like the core usage of an XSLT. Like the UPS shipping tables were actually delivered as XSLT files. Or at least 10 years ago when I was doing Magento stuff. Yeah, I guess some of that's going over my head. I haven't had to do that much with XML. And I know XML gets a lot of hate. Oh, okay, so data to data. So basically you would consume the XSLT to modify like an XML file that you have locally, right? But they're not having to ship the entire like definition and the entire XML. It's just more like modifying fields. So it's maybe a way of like saving the amount of data. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, XML gets a lot of hate, but could you imagine implementing SVG in JSON? Boy, that would suck. Like, dude, it would easily be 3 times the size. Right? Like a JSON representation of an SVG file would easily be 3 times the size. You've done a JSON representation of SVGs? Your boss hated you. Oh, and then yeah, XML when you didn't need stuff like references and some of those other things, right? Like it could have just been a JSON thing. Yeah. Exactly, David. But also you lose the ability to do references and to define like reusable values and stuff. So you're like duplicating just so much junk. right? And then you got to have those things like nesting within each other. So you're going to get like just this tree of like JSON, like infinitely nestable objects. Like, ugh. Right? There would have to be a children prop. And then you got to translate it back. Yeah. Like, no, like this is imagining the future or like an alternate reality where SVG was just implemented in JSON. So you wouldn't have to do that translation yourself. But it would still be like a problem. Oh, and hold on. Oh, yeah, you did get automated. Yep. Filthy. Filthy was the word that got automated on that one. Yeah, so anyway, I do want to start implementing this like filter. Oh, it's the perfect word. No need to be sorry. No, I'm okay with it. Yeah, filthy is a fine word. People have co-opted the word filthy to mean something filthy. Real quick though, I do need to use the restroom. So here's one thing there, David. From here to the left is the archive, and from like here to the right is my like working tabs. So from here to the right, we could get rid of everything and be totally fine. From here to the left, those are like my archive of things that I potentially want to make YouTube content about or whatever. I'm massively slacking, but yeah, this tab right here is actually a collection of having gone through my archive previously, right? And then like sorting and filtering them. So I think YouTube long and YouTube short worthy stuff. We got a good list there, right? Libraries I didn't want to forget about, etc. Lots of groups without using the group feature. Yes, exactly. It's too much work. But yeah, so real quick, let me go use the restroom, and we will start working on this filter, the one that's going to have like the drop down and all that, and it's going to encode it into the URL, but we're not going to pass it to the back end. So it's just a front end display value for now, at least. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. Oh, and I'm sorry. They just keep talking. Let's just do a little bit more Alden Witches. Okay, and I'm back. Okay, hold on. Let me read this. Had to work on a legacy database on a project that went through 3 companies before you. No documentation, unused fields, bloated procedures, horribly outdated version of the DB manager. Gives you nightmares. And they gave it to you as an intern. Was that like unpaid intern? Or was it at least a paid intern role? Okay. Because, yeah, technically it's illegal to have an unpaid intern work on actual business. A lot of companies break that rule. But, yeah, it's definitely a thing that people do. Oh, that's even better. Oh, you like the camera quality? Thank you. Yeah, you can see like the pores on my face. The frame rate seems really good right now too. We've had issues in the past where like the frame rate seems like lower than it should be. It's damn good. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, it's definitely just something I'm gonna do client side. Like it's just yeah, that's the rule. That's the thing we're doing. Oh god, what did I break? Oh no. Oh yeah, usages. I don't feel like restarting the database right now, so yeah, we'll just operate on balances for now. Or let's just do yeah. We'll do quota accounts at the moment. And then we'll figure out how we do it for usages and adjustments later. So yeah, we're going to create a new filter in here. Let me get to the right file. And it's actually part of our list filters logic here. And yeah, list filters dot types. A lot of their songs end up sounding the same. I thought we had heard this one already, but no, this one's good. Is localization. Say commas over period. No, not yet. I would say that kind of localization is probably post MVP. Because again, like this isn't something someone would be consuming into their app, right? As long as I'm sending them like raw values, as long as they're sending me raw values, the dots just really don't matter, right? Like for balances that operate on the idea of dollars, we still want them to operate on the idea of like cents. So I get that too, Bob. I think localization is post MVP. So what I'm getting at is if we look at a balance and I go to create a new balance, it's whatever suffix you want to give it, right? So you could give it a euro symbol. I don't care, right? But I'm still going to be operating on the idea of, portions of that balance, right? Really, you end up telling me like what level of precision you want to do at the usage level, right? Like how you want me to round things. This is more if you want to operate your own like DigitalOcean. For microtransaction based, you just pass me a value that I deduct and I don't care. We'll round it. Like we don't even need to do the rounding. We can just remove it, right? So really like how we display that value is up to you, right? Because a balance isn't necessarily dollars, cents, or anything. It's whatever metric you want. Yeah, no worries. I do think, yeah, that type of like localization is like way post MVP. Because it's not like this is anything that your customers would see, right? This would just be for you consuming like my dashboard. At which point, like, it's not too big of a deal for the dots versus commas thing. It depends on the songs. And he does sound like Jim Morrison. But in my opinion, I don't like this guy's lyrics, so I don't care what the words are. Like, if I'm gonna like really be honest about it, his lyrics are kind of shit. They're very like generic, right? It's not like this is some Aesop rock and like there's some really really good prose there. He's just saying words, you know? Like he's just saying words. They barely mean anything together. Right? It's like listening to right, Aesop Rock. He might use a bunch of weird obscure words, but they actually mean something together. Instead, it's like listening to Deltron 3030. Right? Like I don't know if you know Deltron. You might be familiar with the Gorillas. On that first song by the Gorillas, Clint Eastwood or whatever, Deltron is like the rapper doing that like rap portion. And he throws in the word panoramic view for no reason. Like no reason whatsoever. Like, yeah, like Deltron is the king of just using a bunch of fancy words because they sound good together rather than actually trying to say something. He's good. Like he's got some really, really good songs, but they don't always say anything. Whereas like Aesop Rock, man, yeah, he is. I know I get sidetracked a lot. That's kind of the nature of Twitch streams. But also it's a Saturday. So I'm enjoying my Saturday. But right, rappers sorted by the size of their vocabulary. Aesop Rock is right there at the top. Right? Like at some point, I need to listen to Bus Driver if his lyrics are actually that diverse as well. Looking at this list, I never need to listen to any NF. I'm good on it. No, thank you. Lil Uzi Vert? Oh, definitely not. Like, yeah, I can basically ignore anything below the 4,000 mark. And that even includes Childish Gambino. He's got a couple good songs, but I'm not a fan. He seems like a really nice dude. I just don't like his music. Right? 50 Cent? Nah. He's got one song I like. Oh. It's not letting you redeem the guitar thing? Well, that's weird. But yeah, pudding.cool does amazing data analysis. Could be on mobile. All right, we'll pause this music. We did have someone request a guitar, so let me just switch to that. Let me modify the audio. That's you doing the one-arm flare. Nice. Okay, so the noise suppression is turned off because it messes with the guitar when I play it. We will assume that Space Case will actually redeem that when he gets back to his desktop, and we'll do the guitar thing, because yesterday I asked him to maybe hold off on it for today. So here we go. This is going to be one of my songs, probably one of the ones that people who've been here a while have heard before. But yeah, sorry, I only got like 3 of them. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. Take your time. It's a bit quiet, huh? Hold on. Hold on. I think volume's good now, right? Are we good on the volume? Should I crank it just a little more? What do you think? Before I like dive in, and I'm not going to stop. Okay. And yeah, I still need to figure out like a better transition to that last riff, but yeah, that's like, I consider it a basically complete song. Nice. Hell yeah. And yeah, let me just do one more thing. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, there you go, Space Case. Yeah, I don't get up and do that often enough, so yeah, wanted to share. Dadgad. Yeah, I just do standard tuning myself, but looks like it worked. You know, if it sounded good to you. Um Let me get some music going. I just really wanted to hear this one. And then we'll figure out the other stuff. You liked it? Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, thanks, Space Case. Yeah, mobile. Always bugs on mobile. Okay, so I actually have an abstraction built out for these filters. And that abstraction is this list filters component. And I believe it's also modifying the filters. Let me double check that. Let me look at my props. There you go. Side quest, eh? Brutal. All right, so this is the individual filter. Text list, range list. Damn, and this is old enough that we're defining default props? Yikes. All right, so then list filters here. Wait, magic numbers? Wait, where did you see the magic numbers? Okay. So yeah, this filter is responsible for changing the actual search params rather than bubbling it up as an event and us handling that elsewhere. I just wanted to double check that. Hmm. And what's up, X Factor? How you doing? Yes, we haven't touched this component for a while. Oh, that's fine, Bob. Yeah, this is just TypeScript. Nothing crazy. And yeah, we're not going to do this full concert. Almost want to just put on some synthwave so I don't have to think about the music for a bit. So we might do that here in a minute. Oh, okay. So, yeah. This button down here is clearing the filters. Got it. Okay. I was mistaking that. So, I believe each individual filter is then doing its own search param stuff. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that was it. Got it. All right, so what we end up needing to do is create a new component. And it is a range filter. And basically, number range filter is kind of what we want. But I want to set it as like quota filter or quota amount filter. I actually just want to copy what we got. So maybe quota range filter would work. What up, my secure gift? How you doing? What you up to? Yeah, I love these like medieval hip hop songs. Had to go to a friend's funeral because a friend's funnel would be a way different thing. And yeah, I'm sorry, I'm making light of it. I shouldn't be. I think I knew what you meant. I'm sorry, that sucks, man. This is Gangster's Paradise. Yeah, we've got like a playlist of medieval hip hop. So yeah, should be kind of fun. And yeah, I'm sorry, my secure gift. Yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, this bardcore stuff is good. Sure. Yep. Yeah, Gavin, bardcore is the best. It's just so good. And yeah, sorry, my security gift. I don't want to necessarily dwell in a negative state. Just recognize that. Sorry, it's a bummer, but we do kind of want to lighten the mood a bit. So I may joke and laugh and, you know, etc. Millflower once or twice, living in a feudal paradise. That's solid. I like it. I like it. Part of the fun is trying to guess what the songs are. All right, so we got start value and end value. We also probably want to do yeah, I don't know the Eminem song. Or maybe I do, but I just don't recognize it. C sharp Fritz? Yeah, he's great. Okay, now I hear it. All right, now I hear it. So yeah, what we want to do is maybe start scale. Let me look at the docs for human format. We're working on our filters right now. So basically, when we're on this page, we want to be able to filter by this quota value, but we don't want the user to have to type a bytes number, right? They could maybe make it scoped to 10 megabytes to 1 gigabyte. And then we need to like translate that. Yeah, I'm kind of stoked on it. But yeah, we need to do this filtering and we need to look at the human format library. And yeah, this song, this is no diggity, no doubt, right? All right, so human format takes in a number and does a value, right? But does it have a parse? It does. Okay. It does do a parse. All right, so yeah, let me look at how we're doing the list filters like in a page that we're consuming it. So quota accounts is the page in which we have the list filters. Yeah, and this is becoming a bit of a leaky abstraction now because we are going to want to pass Yeah, we're going to want to pass like the scale value, but also like the quota type or quota value type or whatever we call it. This is forgot about Dre, right? Where's the quota value coming from? Our backend. That part's less important. Oh no, you're right. Shit. Nah, you're totally right. This is real Slim Shady. Shit. Oh, they actually changed like the image in the background. So they actually tell us. Yeah, this is a jam. This is nice. Yeah, dude. Yeah, Bardcore is just so good. I love this stuff. But yeah, so let's filter in input type. We can do, but there's like a value I'm gonna want to pass that's like meta. Which we need to maybe add. Right, we need to add this as like an optional value. But it means that we need to like update our types. All right, so value names. Yeah, okay. Let me go look at list filters here again. Yeah, this is coming from YouTube right now. Gavin, do you recognize this song? I would not recognize this song. Ooh, damn, X Factor. Yeah, you're on the money. It's Survivor. Overmind knows. Yeah, so Survivor is a Destiny's Child fan. There you go. Space Case got it too. Yeah, good job, guys. I really, really don't like this genre of music. But this genre, bardcore, I like. I'm not a big like R&B listener. Like not modern R&B. There's definitely some like Temptation songs that are fucking epic. But I consider that more Motown than just R&B. Yeah. No, I get it. Like when I was in high school, dude, look at this photo and tell me what music I listened to in high school and junior high. Do you think that kid listened to R&B? Hell no. Hell no. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I've had to warm up to it. Mindless self-indulgence. Ooh, yeah. There you go, talented. No, I hadn't ever heard of mindless self-indulgence until my first winter at Stevens Pass. I worked with someone who was an MSI fan. That song, Two Hookers and an Eight Ball. I've heard that more times than I would like. It's not a bad song, actually, but it's manic. It is frenetic. It is too much. But also, it's not bad. It's all right. But yeah, you're not too far off. Like, I had friends, like, maybe that's like an age thing. Like, MSI was okay, yeah, I get it. Like, maybe 5 years younger than me. That would be what you listen to. Instead, people in my high school that were MSI style music fans were probably listening to Aphex Twin instead. And yes, I have had plenty of moments where we drive around smoking way too much weed and then we park and listen to some like Aphex Twin songs. I'm not a fan like in general, but man, some of those songs hit really good when you're super baked. All right, so yeah, this is our main gist. What we want to do is be able to use human format parse. What we need to really think about is how these props get passed and list filters props, right? We see list filter props, and where's that defined? And that's here, and that is combining like all of this junk. And we did at least do a good discriminated union here, which is nice. Okay, so it doesn't tell me who the artist is. It does say the name of the song. Anyone got a good guess on what this is? This is a 50 Cent song? Okay. These versions are better than the originals? I think so too. Like, these are good. These are real good. Dude, that would be amazing. Yeah, that would be really cool. Like that would be like, man, Beetle the Bardcore has made it. If he can get some of these rap artists to rap over these beats, that's something he should be focusing on like every chance he gets. In 2003? Yeah. I definitely had a friend in high school who was a bit of a like I don't know how to phrase it. Like a bit of a click chameleon. Like we listened to a lot of Tool together, but also he'd randomly be bumping some Nelly. So much so that there was at least like one or two Nelly songs that I was like, okay, they're not bad. Like when I would catch a ride with my neighbor to school, they would play country. So I got just really good at tuning out music I didn't like. I worked at a Target. Are you kidding me? Plenty of music I didn't like would be played over those speakers. So I got really good at just tuning out music I don't like. Were they though? If you want to go and take a ride with me, like, no, no, thank you. I'll pass. Nah, as someone who didn't drive until they turned 18, yeah, I'll take the bus. No, I would totally happily ride in a friend's car. Yeah, yeah, right, talented. Uh-huh. I hated Creed and POD before it was cool to hate Creed and POD. Okay? With arms wide open. Exactly. It's Scott Stapp. What a fucking garbage show that dude is. With arms wide open. Like, he doesn't enunciate a single word ever. I'm actually pissed at POD because as a, stoner junior high kid, I was like, oh my God, I got to name a band or something POD because like it rotates. Oh my God, it's so good. Like it's the same whether you like flip it upside down or not. Like, oh my God, just turn it. And it's the same thing. Like POD, it's so good. Right? Like the lowercase of it. And then POD actually came out. Those fucking assholes took my idea. How dare they? They never once used it in their branding. They just took the name. What fucking assholes? How dare they? Right? What did their name even stand for? It was a fucking acronym, right? Or initialism. They were basically like a Christian band, right? Was it like Princes of Darkness because they wanted to get like the edgy listener like vibe? Hold on. Gah. Payable on death. Oh, okay. Dude. To quote Bill Hicks, if you don't like drugs, you think they are terrible, I want you to go home, take all the albums, all the records, all the singles you've ever listened to that have enriched your lives throughout the years. I want you to go home and burn them. Just burn them. Because all the musicians that have made that music that has made your life better are real fucking high on drugs. The artists that speak out against drugs, like, hey, we're rock against drugs, boy, they suck. Like, dude, soulless, ballless suckers of Satan's cock. Every single one of them. Boy, they suck. Hold on. Let me just click. It was the way I am. For sure. 100%. That was the way I am. No, it was the way I am. Yep. Yeah, at least they're like listing the name of the songs. Like, I don't know this one at all. I never heard this on the radio whatsoever. I have no idea. Like, it says who the artist is now, too, and the name of the song, but you could tell me it's fucking, like, Hall & Oates at this point, and I'd believe you. Sounds like video game music? It is Beyonce, baby boy. Nailed it there, X Factor. And also, I'm silently judging you. Actually, I'm vocally judging you now. I'm kidding. Now, enjoy the music you want. If we all listened to the same shit, the world would be fucking terrible. Right? Like, if we all liked the same music, even if everybody loved Primus, I probably wouldn't like Primus anymore. A big part of liking Primus is the fact that nobody else likes Primus. If I'm being honest, yeah, totally. That's fine, X Factor. Like, nah, man, you're not showing your age. You're showing your preference for music. That's a totally different thing, man. It's totally fine. Right? Like, I'm definitely older than you, and I don't know this shit. Like, I don't fucking know, man. Eh? I wouldn't know. I mean, it can't be that old because it's Beyonce when she went solo. Like, it's after Destiny's Child, at least. So it's not that old. '90s to 2000s country. Yeah, age was not a factor in that silent judgment whatsoever. Not so silent judgment. Exactly. Yeah, yeah. No worries. It's fine. Let's continue hacking this out. We need to create a prop type for this. The New Year's Singers? What do you mean by that? Is that like they have like musicians actually play at like Times Square or whatever? They do that? That's a thing? Huh. I didn't know that. You want to learn Python? Would I recommend? How would I recommend you get started? I mean, I know Free Code Camp recommends or has a Python course. I personally don't recommend Python as a first language. I actually recommend HTML, CSS, and then JavaScript because it's something that runs everywhere. And to see the result, you just need a browser. So like setting up an environment for it is basically nothing, right? And yeah, Tubob. Oh shit, man. Tubob, thank you for that follow. I missed that one. I'm sorry, I got like hung up on the guitar thing. But yeah, like if you're asking my recommendation for learning programming in any way, I recommend web stuff because you see the result immediately and you can do it anywhere. Learning Python requires setting up a dev environment for it, and that shit can be actually really rough depending on the operating system you're on. Like there's so many hurdles to actually like see the result of your work. Whereas HTML, CSS, and JavaScript just works in a browser and you can just do it immediately, you know? So, yes, in my opinion, having to set up a tool chain for any language is way beyond the scope of an actual beginner. So yeah, I just recommended Free Code Camp. I would say go check out Free Code Camp. They do the HTML, CSS, and other stuff. But yeah, like, to me, anything that required me setting up CLI tools and all that bullshit, I didn't understand. But HTML and CSS, well, yeah, I got it. I had a GeoCities site. I made a MySpace page, right? Like, so I'm old enough that the technology at the time, like the web services at the time, made me learn this shit because they weren't robust enough to abstract it away from me yet. So I have a bias there. I'm not saying what I'm saying is actually correct, but I do think there is a value to being able to see a result without having to install any tooling or anything. You can just, boom, be up and running. You can do HTML, CSS, JavaScript with just a web browser. Now, it gets more complicated than that when you want to build actual applications, but it's a really good like starting base. And by the time you've gotten HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, by the time you've actually dealt with that, you're already hooked enough that you're willing to put in the effort towards like Python or some other tool. My biggest thing about why I recommend it is because it's less like speed bumps or hurdles to jump over to see a result. With HTML, CSS, you see a result basically immediately. And I think that is the biggest thing to keep people motivated. They need to see results as quick as possible. I'm not saying that you're going to learn JavaScript and that's all you're going to learn forever. No, I'm saying it's just like the easiest introduction to programming in general. And then, yeah, then you need to decide what you actually want to build, right? And then Python or Rust or Go or whatever becomes way more approachable because you've at least understood what a loop is, what an if statement is, like all the basic logic of JS, which works without build tooling and just works in your browser, is more approachable. And then when you've gotten past it, you can expand. So I'm not saying what you pick now is what's going to set you out forever, right? You should actually get good at learning new languages because learning a new language will often make you better with the ones you already know. And yeah, like you're not going to ever find one thing that you're going to do forever. The devs that try and do that, boy, they suck. Instead, you should get good at evaluating new languages, new technology, new tools, and evaluate if it's something you need. So, yeah, I think no matter what, you could do Python first. I just simply think being able to see the results as quick as possible, right? Just start with Free Code Camp, start with the HTML, start with the CSS, move on to the JavaScript, and then eventually, once you've done the JavaScript part that runs in the browser, you don't need any build tooling stuff, well then, yeah, when you need to start setting up the Python, then you do the Python. So, yeah, I would say just do Free Code Camp. Or the Odin Project, or any number of these like free tools out there that start you out with basically HTML, CSS. Because you need to see results quickly to keep you hooked. I feel like the people that care about the fundamentals are disregarding how much effort they had to put in to getting that shit going. Yeah. That's another great point there, Space Case. Like, you need to see something that represents what you've actually done. And like building out an API without something to consume it makes it less relevant. You know, like, I love my mom, bless her heart. She bought me an XML book when I was fresh out of high school, like when I went and became a snowboard bum. And I tried my best to read that XML book, but it didn't make any sense to me because it wasn't actually practical. I recommend front end first because you see the results quicker. It doesn't mean that just because you learn front end first, you're stuck in front end forever. No, it's just an easier like progression into things. You may decide that you want to be a back end dev. I get it. That's totally fine. But no matter what, as a back end dev, it still needs to be consumed by a front end somewhere. Ooh, there you go. Duke. That's a great comment. Yeah, thank you. Duke Richard. I would say you definitely deserve the name Richard because you're definitely not a dick. I'm sorry. That was a bad joke. It sounded better in my head. But it was a great first comment from a viewer, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I get that, Wapo. I would simply say do stuff that shows you results as quick as possible because that is like the biggest thing you're fighting as a beginner. The biggest thing you're fighting as a beginner is motivation. So yeah, that's a big point there. Java and JavaScript are totally separate. Totally separate. JavaScript is a totally different thing, right? No, that's fine. That's okay. Just letting you know. The difference between Java and JavaScript is like car and carpet. They may share some words, but they're basically completely unrelated. Ooh, so who knows this song? There you go, talented. Nailed it. There you go, y'all. Yep. And yeah, Duke, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. And that's fine for it, Wheel. Recruiters make that mistake every single day. It's okay, man. We're good. But yeah, Duke, really great comment, right? Like, you don't want to teach people to be a language developer. You want them to like learn to be a developer or an engineer, or whatever like you want to call it. But the idea is that logic is fully portable. So once you learn the basic logic blocks of like a switch statement, an if statement, a for loop, like once you learn those things, dude, learning a new language is easy because it's just the same logic with different syntax. And certainly like reasons to pick one or the other beyond that, but we don't want to overload someone right now. Yeah, like Talented said, think like an engineer, and it's just another tool to use. Are we talking about coffee? We are definitely talking about coffee. My room is still messed up, and I know why. Yeah, exactly. And yes, yeah, so it seems that we will probably not be hopping over. Like, we'll hop to gaming stream, but we're not going to be gaming with Algo because he's basically about to go to sleep. Acorn would be playing if it wasn't just me and Acorn. Like, they got some stuff they want to do. I get it. It's fine. And Robotic Head is not available. They have another thing. So it's basically, I'll hop over to gaming stream and we'll figure out what we do. And talented. Yeah. You could describe this whatever way you want. I'm gonna say, like, I don't know. It's just a font, man. Helldivers 2? Oh, so Space Case, are you saying you want to join? Are you saying you got time to play some games tonight? Okay. Okay. Yeah, yeah. We'll see. I'm not necessarily like putting a time limit on what we're doing. I do want to implement at least enough of it that we can like jump in and finish it. So yeah, let me just do a little bit more work here. And do you have like a hard cutoff? Like from now, how many hours do you have to game? What's dinner tonight? Probably just hot dogs or something easy. I did get my Indian food last night, but it was like really like it was basically cold. So they like DoorDash ended up crediting me $25, which is nice. So that means I can do Indian food again at some point. Because I'm almost positive it wasn't the driver's fault. It was DoorDash tasking them with a delivery that wasn't anywhere nearby. And I'm actually kind of pissed at DoorDash for that. Yeah, it showed up, but it was pretty cold. Even though I paid the extra $3. Yeah, I did that, talented. I actually paid the extra $2 or $3, and they still sent the driver on another delivery or some bullshit. They gave me $25. I'll take it. Yeah, dude. Yeah, the cold rice, like the cold naan bread. The chicken, right? Like in like the container was all right. It was upside down though, which is weird. But doesn't matter. It was sealed, so it's okay. But yeah, like I don't know, man. It just wasn't that great. They did give me the option of refunding. I just didn't feel like dealing with it. So, it is what it is. So, here's the thing. This is a good playlist, honestly. Like, this is a solid playlist. Biox, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, I think we got the types for this just fine. How is this a hip-hop classic? So talented. I think a lot of people treat me as background noise while they're actually getting work done. X Factor pleads the fifth. I get it. I get it. Yeah, management material. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Sandwich. The only reason that changed is because my schedule changed, right? Like, I'm not streaming earlier in the day. If I started stream at 10 a.m. again, you'd be neglecting work because of me? I like this song, by the way. I actually quite like this song, but it's definitely not hip hop. Well, I mean, four wheel. I used to start stream at 10 a.m. and then I would go until like 6 or 7. So I used to do like 8-hour streams every day instead of just like the 6 that we've been on recently. All right, so no one knows the song? Talented knows the song. It's definitely not hip hop though, right? Do you? This is Butterfly by Crazy Town. Do you consider Crazy Town hip hop? I don't. Do you consider Limp Bizkit hip hop? Crazy Town's just a worse Limp Bizkit. Yeah. Crazy Town's just a worse Limp Bizkit. For sure. They may have had like one hip hop like song. I don't know. I still don't count it. You could call it a fusion. There was a name for it. There was a name for like specifically Limp Bizkit and like a lot of those like rock rap bands. Nah, that wasn't it. New metal? Yeah. Yeah, new metal. Here's the thing, I feel like Korn still like classifies as new metal, but they were basically not a blend of hip hop at all. Rap rock? I think it's just rap rock. I think rap rock is actually the proper term. What genre is Disturbed? I think Disturbed is actually like new metal. Yeah. Heavy metal? That's generous. It is Turn Me On. Nailed it. Who's the artist? They don't say the artist on the image. Okay, you don't know the artist? Okay. Yeah, Disturbed is not heavy metal. They're new metal. New metal is not the blend of like hip hop like Google said. That was just a bad AI. No, yeah. Like Limp Bizkit and Crazy Town and even some other bullshit. Yeah, they're just rap rock. Right. Yeah, Disturbed is new metal. I think we got there. I'm okay with that definition, right? All right, so start scale. And scale. This is definitely not hip hop, but this is good. The artist Forests? Never even heard of it. Genre for Disturbed does equal the genre for Corn. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I agree with that. So instead, what we need is instead of meta, it's like scale type. But it's optional. God, this is just so good. All right. But let's put on something else. All right. Do we want something more rock focused? Do we want something more chill? Do we want more like indie focused? What do y'all want to hear music wise? Recognizing that I probably got like a half hour left in me max. When I say half hour, I mean like 40 minutes. Rounded up. Do we want more like bardcore? I could do more bardcore. All right, so Overmind wants some indie. Well, I mean, we got this one song. We could look at like other bardcore songs. All right, so after this one song, we'll do some bardcore. How about that? Right, this is as indie as you get. This is the singer Rob Crow from the band Pinback doing his own like indie thing. And it's fucking good, isn't it? I don't mind old school country, like when they called it Americana. I'm actually into Americana. I just don't like modern country. Modern country is just bullshit pop with a twang. It was terrible before that. I'm sorry. I rode to school with a neighbor who would play country, and it was still bullshit pop. And this was easily like the year 2000. Nah, like country sucked for a long time. Right? Like country was actually like counterculture for a long time. Some country singer at the New Year's thing. Nah, that ain't country music. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I never thought I'd agree with Farva, but when he's talking about like the dude lighting the country music award on fire when he has to hand it off to Bob Denver, all right, damn it, Farva, we agree a little bit. Fuck you, Farva, but all right, you got a point. So you're saying you're gonna light my country music award on fire? Yeah, Merle Haggard. Yeah, yeah, yep. Hank Williams Sr., Waylon Jennings. Okay, that's country. I don't like all of it, but yeah, Merle Haggard's all right. He's got some good stuff. Garth Brooks under the name Garth Brooks is garbage. Garth Brooks under that like pseudonym is actually really good. Like I forget the name of the pseudonym. Right? He made some music under a pseudonym that was actually like legitimately good. Right? Garth Brooks, like main Garth Brooks, is basically like achy breaky heart bullshit. But dude, when Garth Brooks made music under a different name, ooh, okay, all right, all right. Anyone remember what that pseudonym was? Yeah, I don't remember it either. But yeah, like, dude, country has sucked since Achy Breaky Heart. Like, that was the fucking 80s, wasn't it? Early 90s at best. Country has actually kind of been shitty for decades. Sturgill Simpson. I don't know them. Chris Gaines. Yes. I believe the Chris Gaines album is the best stuff Garth Brooks has ever done because he was actually able to like break out of his shell and do stuff that his record label maybe didn't agree with. So yeah, just saying. Do we want to listen to some King Gizzard? We agreed. More bardcore. That's fine, talented, but yeah, we can be the real ones. We know better, and that's okay. King Gizzard's great. Like I like King Gizzard. Yeah, Kurt Vile is also great. Yeah, they're fantastic. Um, but we could just do Beetle the Bardcore and listen to some like other random stuff. Maybe not necessarily like the hip hop. This one could work. Okay, Bardcore rock songs. Okay, so we got a couple. Let's do this one. Oh, that's fine, Space Case. Yeah, no worries, man. Like, dude, don't pressure yourself. You're not feeling well, dude. Like, yeah. I would say go have yourself a good poop, and maybe we'll chat in like a half hour, right? Here's the thing: go lie on your side, but like fetal position, and bring your like knees up to your chest, and then switch sides every like 5 to 10 minutes. You'll work that shit out real quick. I don't know what you said about that, Talented, but as someone who overeats on a regular basis, I've developed these techniques. Damn, X Metrics, that's a solid line. Yep. It might have been that. Yeah, X Metrics might be like nailing it. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'm not sure, Talented. I don't remember exactly. All right, so real quick, we need to modify these props as we see them. And yeah, you're not wrong. This song is questionable at best. But, and this even came up in conversation at Seattle JS. Someone was talking about Short People by, I'm forgetting the dude's name, right? The guy that made like the You Got a Friend in Me song for Toy Story, right? That dude made that song Short People, and he's not literally saying short people should die. He's writing the story from the perspective of someone who is unhinged that thinks that. And I think we have lost something about being able to separate the art from the artist in a way that, like, the artist didn't even mean that. They're writing from a perspective that's actually fucked up. But, right, being able to tell this story and make a song that is actually wrong. Yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Stan in, like, the Eminem song, right? Very much the same thing. Where, like, an artist should be able to sing a song that tells a story about someone who's actually unhinged and not correct in their statements, but it still makes a good song by thinking from their perspective and telling the story from their perspective, but also recognizing how wrong it is. Yes, art isn't just about happy endings. I completely agree, Ida Balin. Yes. But so many people equate what an artist says in a song to mean what the artist actually thinks and intends, which is just totally wrong. Like, you can write a song from a perspective that is wrong. And I think there's value to that, but like it's something that like society has like missed at this point. Yes, right? Art is not always the artist's specific intention. Sometimes the artist is describing something that they don't agree with. Ooh, so Talented. There's a big thing about that. The actor that played the reporter in Die Hard, who was also the asshole in Ghostbusters, who was also the asshole in Real Genius. So I think he got typecast at some point. Who was also the asshole in fucking Biodome. Yeah, dude got typecast. But he's had people punch him on the street because they couldn't separate him from the art that he created. Like, humanity has sucked for a long time, and it's not going to change anytime soon. Right? People like Low IQ people are really incapable of separating a role someone played from the actor that played them. And that dude has been punched in the face probably multiple times in the past 20 to 30 years. Oh, this is a good cover right here. Damn, I forgot how many of these songs just hit. So here's the thing, X Factor. Just recognize that there's some like percentage of people, I forget the exact percentage, it's like somewhere between 20 and 40, that walk around without an inner monologue. They actually go through this entire world without an inner monologue. And that explains so much about this world at this point, right? Yes, main character syndrome people. Incapable of empathy, right? I would love to see the overlap of those things, right? Of people incapable of empathy, but also people that have no internal monologue. I'm willing to bet it's just a circle rather than a Venn diagram. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, the internal monologue is actually equivalent to having a conscience. And just recognize that there are people out there in the world without a conscience. Wait, really, Talented? You have zero empathy? No emotions? You can't visualize? Like, aphantasia is it, but really? Nothing you've actually said here indicates that you have zero empathy. If you had zero empathy, you would have said some actually terrible shit by now. Maybe it's something that you've trained yourself on, but I don't know, man. Logically, you know what's right or wrong. It's a learned trait. Okay. I get it. All right. So basically, you are exemplifying the statement I just made, where people with aphantasia are also people with zero empathy, right? Like people with no internal monologue. It's just a circle. Yeah, no, I get it, Talented. Like, and again, this is like totally new to me. And we may have discussed this in the past and I just forgot, so I apologize if I did. When you're digging into a new code base, do you not create some mental map of that code base? Like of how things tie together, etc.? Because I do think there's a big difference, right? When we say like creating a mental map, it doesn't mean I see that map every single time I think about the code. But it's not visual. So you can't imagine what that visual would even look like? Like you're incapable of that imagination. Is that what I'm getting at? Or it just doesn't happen naturally and you got to force yourself to do it? And again, like I'm not... So, okay, yeah, let's hear an example. All right, so hold up. While this is being explained, all you hip hop people, do you recognize this song at least? All right, so you're still cultured at least. Moving on. Yeah, exactly. All right. So you guys get it. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right, talented. So thank you for that description, right? Like if you were to turn the stream off, you would not be able to actually describe me. Okay. So if I were to commit a crime, the only people available to witness it should be people like talented. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so you've memorized cars, but only to the effect of like you can't envision it, but you can like put it to the make and model, and then you have that text in memory, right? So it's not a visual memory at that point. It's the textual representation of that memory. Sure. But yeah, so like you're doing like an image to text conversion at all times that you're not even like able to speak to. Cars are just a visual hash map for text. Yeah. Okay. Interesting, talented. So I mean, when we say traits like dude wears a beanie, that is part of the police description you would give. And then at that point, well, shit, you already narrowed me down pretty heavily. And the dude wore a beanie. Well, shit, now you got me. It tells me he rotates his tires. Oh, jam. Oh, X metrics. Yeah. Okay, so you had a psychologist in the military do testing on you when you were there, and they ended up being like, you could make decisions to kill people logically without any remorse. Like if you had to make a command decision to bomb somewhere or something, you can just do it logically and sleep at night because you don't visualize their pain. Right, like the empathy thing doesn't tie in. I get that. I think even with empathy, those decisions can still be made. Because it becomes like an LLM doing that like fork in the road, right? Like, do you kill the one person or do you kill the five, right? So I think that's a little trickier there, talented, because that is separating like the ability to empathize with like sociopathy. Like sociopaths can still actually empathize. They just don't care. Right? Like they're able to understand how someone would feel and they just don't give a shit. Right? So X Factor, that's the same like question that's been asked, right? Like technically there it's like the utilitarian question. Right? Like the utilitarian dilemma. Right. So, yeah, like utilitarianism is actually just a hard thing to discuss in general. So they can make it when it doesn't matter, but then when it does, they freeze up. That's an interesting take. Yeah, because I could make that decision hypothetically. Like it's almost like have you read Ender's Game? I don't necessarily want to spoil it, but it's old enough that like you've had time. Okay, I would recommend reading Ender's Game. Spoiler alert. If you don't want to hear it, mute me. I'll give you 10 to 20 seconds. Oh, the movie. Dude, fuck the movie. Ugh. No, read the books. Read the books. Because the entire, like, the best part of Ender's Game is not the resolution at the end. So I'm not actually spoiling the best part of the book for you. The best part of Ender's Game is actually the progression and the way like that you see his like learning process through these things. The end of it is a bit meh, like who gives a shit. So there's a bit in Ender's Game where he is doing exercises. And then when he has finally like completed the final task of his exercises, he is then told, like, no, they were not exercises. You were actually commanding our entire fleet, and you destroyed the enemy completely. Good job, kid. Yeah, there was a film, right? Yeah. Harrison Ford was in it as the grizzled veteran that they put on ice before they like, you know, had the kid that could command the fleet. But they still recognize that this kid who might be a fucking genius is not a fucking sociopath. And if he was given the choice of exterminating an entire race, he wouldn't do it. So he had to think of it as an exercise. Right? It's not, you're not actually killing people. You're just theorizing about killing people. And he was able to make decisions and solve the problem and win in a way that no other commander ever could have done, right? It's a simulation. You're fine, man. No big deal. Could you imagine the implications of recognizing, like, well, yeah, it was a simulation. Okay, no, it's not. Well, shit, all those other simulations I fucked up on, those were real human beings that died? And yeah, instant PTSD for that kid. And when you read the subsequent books, you recognize, like, yeah, no, he's a fucked up human being because of the implications of all this shit that he did. And, like, the subsequent books are also really good to read. We can just separate the fact that Orson Scott Card fucking sucks as a human being. Like, fuck that dude. But the books he wrote were really good. So again, separate the art from the artist. We don't have to like Orson Scott Card to like the books that he wrote. We don't have to dislike the books he wrote because we dislike Orson Scott Card. I think there's something very like important to recognize about that. You can still enjoy a Kevin Spacey film while recognizing the person behind the character he's playing is a fucking monster. Right? It's okay. You can enjoy K-Pax. You can enjoy that as a film. You're allowed to enjoy the art that like monsters have made. It's okay. Don't feel bad about that. All right, so real quick, let me go use the restroom. Let me go pour some water. And yes, it is a weird condition. They're talented. I still think, like, you know, are we getting coding done like some people would expect us to do? No. But these conversations I value, and I grow and learn from them. And I hope you guys do too. We'll get to some code here, all right? We'll totally do it. But I wouldn't trade these kind of conversations for anything. I don't care about my productivity as a dev if I'm not allowed to have these kind of conversations, right? Yeah, no worries, X Factor. We'll see you again soon. Let me go pee. Let me go pour some more water. Okay, I'm back. Y'all didn't hear nothing. But yeah, later X Factor. How's it going, ACM? Yes, I get it. And yes, I lost my patience with you a little bit yesterday. Please understand why, maybe. Oh, fucking singing. Come on. With vocals. God damn it. Get rid of the vocals, man. Ooh, here we go. And yeah, we are sipping on Baker's, not Booker's. Shit. Baker's 107 proof. It's a little stronger than I normally like. I mean, creep is a little bit of a bad word, depending on the context, right? If you're saying it to the streamer, it's definitely not an okay context, all right? But yes, it was creep. I would say that you could probably phrase that better. Phrasing is still a thing. We are stalking the solution right now. No, that still doesn't sound right. This is actually not a bad version of this song. All right, back to what we're doing. I know, we're taking our sweet ass time, aren't we? It's just a solid Saturday, okay? That's a reason to never listen to anything by, what is it, David Guetta again? Something Guetta? I don't know, man. No, thank you. Not for me. But yeah, how you doing, Nico? All right, y'all recognize this song, right? All right, it was worth it for the climax here. Okay, it was worth it for this climax. Okay, never mind. I'm glad I didn't abandon it. Dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die, dabba dee dabba die. There you go, Alan. You know it now. All right, we got there. It's science. We got there. Shit. I mean, the name of the song is I'm Blue, or maybe just Blue, and then the artist is, oh shit. Eiffel 65? I'm pretty sure it's Eiffel 65. Yeah, yeah. Which I think the band French 79 totally ripped their name off of. No, that's fine there, Alan. Yeah, yeah. No, Eiffel 65 is good. I don't know what song this is. We can break ahead. JoJo's theme? It was Giorno's theme, but tomato, tomato? Oh, I know this song now. This is Queen, right? Like, I want to break free. I want to. Yeah, 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 yeah. Sure. Okay, yeah, yeah. No, I hear it. All right. I don't know the video for this song. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm not actually a huge fan of Queen. I'm just not. So wait, Renegade, what are you saying about 98 Degrees and 311? Like that their names are basically the same thing? Like the Blink 182, Sum 41? How are they related? If I got to get a private concert and eat dinner with any band, who is it? Primus. 1000%. Like, dude. Maybe Tool? Either Primus or Tool. Either one. Either Primus or Tool. Primus first, because I think Les Claypool would be a more fun conversation than anybody in the band Tool. I'm sorry, Les Claypool is more interesting to me than any member of any other band. And I feel like Les Claypool would be like a really fun person to like chat and interact with because like he's got a sense of humor about himself that like a lot of like pretentious artists just don't. Like, dude, does Maynard have a good sense of humor about himself? I don't think so. I'm sorry, like no. If you disagree with Maynard, would he just stop talking with you? Yeah. Les would actually dive deeper. That's just because Spokane is barely a city, whereas Dallas is a proper city. That's actually insane to me, though, talented. Like, Spokane is actually more expensive than Dallas? That's fucking insane to me, because Spokane is like a throwaway city already. Like, how could it cost money to live in Spokane? It's gotta be cheap. Like, who wants to live in Spokane? Ugh. Really? Dude, who wants to move to fucking Spokane? Remote Seattle workers living in Spokane? Okay, I can see that. Touche. Sure, no, I get that. It's why living in Whitefish, Montana would suck too, right? Just too many fucking rich assholes move out there. Drives up the prices. I wouldn't mind being one of those rich assholes. I'm just not rich enough to be one of those rich assholes. Dude, Sergeant Pepper. Yeah, dude. Talking with Les would be really fucking fun. Like, he strikes me as the kind of person who's interested in everything. Like, you could talk about anything and Les would be stoked to hear about it, you know? Like, he just seems like so fucking genuine and real and like a real person, you know? Again, I've never met him, so I could be envisioning a person that's not actually him. But I've heard other people talk about talking to Les Claypool and just describing him as just a dude, you know? Like, man. I would be willing to bet that Les Claypool would be willing to have a conversation about TypeScript versus JavaScript, even though he doesn't know anything about it. He would ask you like such good pointed questions that you would be forced to explain it in a good way anyway. So hey there, why would you think that having no types is better than having like types? Explain it. Let me know. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know what he even talks like, but I do believe he lives in North Carolina. So he's got to have some kind of like Southern accent, right? I guess Dylan Mulroy doesn't have much of a North Carolina accent. So maybe not. I don't know. Not sure. But I do picture Les Claypool talking fast. So what do you think about the thing? Yeah? Hey? Like, you know, like, yeah. To me, Les Claypool's brain must move at such like a fast tick rate. That's why he's so relatable, because he can understand what you're talking about, or at least like the gist of it, and come up with like, you know, a conversation for it, because he's just like, his brain tick rate is going that fast. And I'm not saying that like a brain tick rate like directly equates to someone being smart or stupid, because I have totally met people who are really fucking smart, but their brain tick rate is really slow. Where like you say something to them and you can actually see the gears turning. Right? You can see those gears turning. And then like a second or two later, they come up with a really, really brilliant fucking like response. No, I would say Elon is one of those people that might have like those gears turning, and then they come up with a really shitty response, right? He's a low tick rate, low value thinker, in my opinion. Right? He's like the worst end of the spectrum. Right? Defining intelligence is really hard to do, right? Because tick rate does not factor in. Yeah, Elon seems like a low tick rate individual. I don't know about the quality of the responses based upon that tick rate. Right? So someone with a low tick rate will be slow to respond, but if they're a high intelligence individual, their low tick rate still like gets you really good responses. Meanwhile, you can have high tick rate individuals that are really quick to respond with shitty responses, right? So the tick rate is not the only factor. I like to think I'm a high tick rate individual. I don't know about the quality of my responses, but I'm a very high tick rate individual. Like so much so that when you're talking to me, I'm already like thinking about and extrapolating and doing a thing in the middle of your sentence to where like, I get what you're saying. You don't have to continue saying what you're saying. I totally understood what you're saying. Can I just respond now without letting you finish your sentence? Because I have opinions, you know? Whether I'm a high value response individual, that's separate. I believe I'm a high tick rate individual. And there's something to that, right? Like tick rate and response quality are not deeply correlated. I like to think I'm good at deep answers, but I don't fucking know, man. I have no idea. But when I'm having a conversation with people, my instinct is to jump in when I get what your sentence is saying. You don't need to use the rest of those words. Yeah, right? High tick rate individuals can be really annoying to chat with because they will cut you off real quick. Because they get it. They knew what you were trying to get across. Like, let's just move on, right? Can we like actually like come to a consensus together quicker? That'd be way better, wouldn't it? And then I can just go back and be silent with myself. You're not wrong. They're talented. Sometimes I just think I knew what you were getting across, but I didn't actually get it. But you know what? We can figure that out quicker than if I let you finish your sentence and then ask my question. We can actually reach that consensus quicker together by letting me interrupt you. And you should be able to interrupt me like, yeah, interrupt me. Did you understand what I meant? Yeah, fucking, I don't want to use the rest of my words. Ugh, gross. Just interrupt me and let me know that you get what I'm saying. And if you say a thing that is not what I was saying, well then, yeah, I can respond back and interrupt you again with like, no, you missed it. I'm sorry, that's not what I was saying. Let me explain better. I'm an interrupter. I really am. And I've recognized that sometimes I just need to let people finish speaking. And then the problem is, well, then other people have opinions when they finally finish speaking that they need to jump in with. And then the thing I wanted to say, I just, if I'm being polite, I can't interrupt anybody. And then the thing I was going to say, well, shit, I just can't say it now because it's way off topic. So now I just got to like hold it in. Well, again, Nico, I am a person who many people have told, like, hold on, chill, man. You don't have to yell. When I get really excited about a question or topic, I talk louder. It's about actually my involvement more so than trying to override anybody. When I am really into a topic, I'm not aware of the volume of my voice. Which can make me a bit insufferable. I get it. Yeah, Alan, I bet we'd totally get along, but neither one of us would complete a sentence. Right? Neither one of us would complete a whole sentence. Like, as long as you're okay with that, cool, man. But yeah, it does mean that other people in the circle are probably not keeping up. And that becomes our problem. Here's the problem. They're talented. I think Ida Allen and I agree on most things, so it wouldn't be much of a debate. So far as I understand it, with chat messages from Alan, I think we agree on most things. So it wouldn't actually be much of a debate. It just wouldn't. Yeah, like we actually just agree. That's kind of a shitty debate. Talented, I would never, like, okay, let me just point this out. I believe in the value of debate. I would have to research and understand that wrong statement, right? Like I would have to actually like understand how people that don't believe in climate warming or like global warming, climate change, etc. I would have to actually like understand how they work to make that point because I just don't get it. Like what the fuck, dude? So I would have to like deeply research their points even though I don't believe them. And that would be fucking tough. Like I would require a bunch of time to understand it because I just don't get it. Like, what the fuck? Do you ignore the reality around you? And that sounds like homework. And have we discussed this? I didn't do homework in high school. I barely did homework in college. I'm like anti-homework. If I can pass the test without the homework, just give me an A. I do have to say, this is one of the first songs I really, really like enjoyed as a young kid that didn't really like recognize what they liked in music, etc. So yeah, Losing My Religion by REM. That was one of the first songs that I remember like truly just liking for the sake of like the music rather than it just being pop culture. It is Alan, but I don't like this version. I bet if we sped it up, we'd be good. All right, that's a little fast. This is a bad cover. Talented, were you missing a kappa on that statement? Talented, please, please. I know. You mentioned you're incapable of empathy, but throw a kappa on the statements that are obvious sarcasm because it's not obvious via text. Please. How do you kappa? You just use the word kappa. You just type the word kappa with a capital K. Even a lowercase kappa works. Great face, no space. There you go, Tommy. Damn right. 715-209. Like, yeah, sorry. How you doing there, Tommy? I appreciate you. Wait, does Grayface do it too? Hold on. Okay, it doesn't. All right. I thought that was a thing that I was totally missing. You got me. You got me, Tommy. Shit. Roasted. I mean, no, they caught a dude who was trying to start fires. Like, no, I believe some arsonist started the LA fires. No, like the LA fires was some fucking arsonist just nailing it, like doing some class warfare bullshit. But no, that was an arsonist. That wasn't something random. Yeah, there you go, Alan. Yeah, 715-209. Yeah, exactly. I call numbers Tommy for that exact reason, right? Like Tommy Two-Tone style. Which is why they probably don't chat as much, because they're fucking sick of it, okay? So I get it. All right, my bad. Like, are you upset about me saying that? 715. I know Adam calls you numbers, right? Are you okay with me calling you Tommy? I know I've asked before, but this is your chance to opt in and say you actually dislike it. This is your one chance again before I continue to call you Tommy. Okay, cool. Just double checking. Just want to make sure. I know Adam calls you Numbers, which I think is a fantastic name, actually. But right, I'm the only person that calls you Tommy, right? So it's a little endearing, right? Up to you. You didn't use those words. I did. The beverage of the day, it's whiskey and water. Yeah, for sure, Nightshade. Like, yeah, I've seen Numbers. I've seen Tommy over on Primogen Stream. I've seen them over in Tejas. They also watch Adam Learns Live, like Nightshade. Do you watch Adam? Because you should. I believe the only reason Tommy even knows about this stream... Oh, shit. Oh, it's Adam Learns Live, not Adam Learn Live. Shit. Hold on. Adam... If I could type... this dude. It really is a small community, but there's definitely the case where, like, you know, some people might not know Adam. He was Adam13531 for years. And I still call him that sometimes. But yeah, like, Adam Learns Live is the best. He's so good. Oh, so wait, hold on. I see the rip. So Gamozo didn't pass away then, right? You probably found this stream through Raimu? Well, Adam does raid here on a somewhat frequent basis, but Raimu did too. And Raimu is actually my second longest, like, sub streak. He just streams rarely. Okay, I get it. Yeah. Like how people do the tech savvy Travie, like, rest in peace memes on Twitter or whatever. Rest in peace, tech savvy Travie. We miss you. I'm too distracting. I'm sorry, Talented. Like, this is a fantastic stream right now. We're fucking killing it. Like, you all know this song, right? I could die. Of sadness. You didn't have to cut me off. Dude, this is such a good cover. I love this song. I love this artist. Like, Godier is super fucking good. I don't know if you guys know this. Yeah, he made it with that one-hit wonder song. But he's actually really fucking good. If you're doubting me, I will happily play you some of Godier's best stuff that isn't that one song. Like, I remember Godier posting to, like, MySpace in, like, the music forums back in the day. Like, super indie style. Like, in the same way that my younger brother knows, shit. What's like the electronic music guy? It's not Danger Mouse, it's like something other mouse or whatever. No, not Moby. Deadmau5, yes. My younger brother remembers arguing with Deadmau5 before Deadmau5 actually made it big. Like, in the MySpace forums and shit. It's actually like really fucking cool. Like some of these artists that came up in like the MySpace fucking like forums and shit, you know? Like it's actually really fucking cool. So yeah, right? Like Godier, Dead Mouse, like these guys are people that were putting in the work decades ago and finally fucking made it. But yeah, like they have their entire origin story based upon like MySpace chats, like MySpace like forums and bullshit. Like, dude, it's really cool. You met Tattoo before they were big. That's fucking crazy talented. Dude, that's amazing, dude. They were just playing in a bar. Ah, man, yeah. I love that stuff, right? Because all the best artists got their start without being famous first. So they had to put in like the weird fucking concerts, the weird fucking like effort online, like bullshit, like just stuff that we take for granted these days. Like we expect to just like blow up. Like, yeah, I just uploaded my music to Spotify. Make me famous now. You know? It doesn't work that way. You saw someone cover that song a few months ago. No, they actually made it. And that's actually really fucking cool. Godier just left the scene after the hit. He did. He stopped making music under his real name, but he still makes music, right? Like he made enough to retire basically, and he's good to go. And he still makes money playing like concerts and shit. Like he's actually the best version of like a one-hit wonder. Like dude's still a musician. Dude still kills it. Meanwhile, like the bassist from Harvey Danger is now just part of like the Seattle startup scene for like software startups. I mean, it's cool, but eh. Yeah, Dead Mouse is on Twitch as well, which is actually especially cool. Yeah, for sure. Algo Bro will brag about Dead Mouse following him every chance he gets, which I think is really cool. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Godier. It's like something like his name as an artist is actually based on his real name. It's like something Paul Gaudier or some like I don't remember. Like whatever. Like no, it's not Sean Paul Gaudier because that's a different person. But no, like yeah, as an artist, he's got a name, and his musician name is actually based on his human name. You stream on Waltr de Becker. You're right. That's his official name. Does the Godier name come from like his like father's or his mother's side or something? Because like yeah, like the Godier name comes from like something in his family. But you're right. Yeah, Wouter de Becker is actually his like official name. So I'm curious about that now. Like, where did he get the Godier part? And I feel like I've forgotten that. There you go, Nico. Oh wait, so like the Wouter, which is Walter, basically, is like the French translation back to like the French, which would be Godier or like okay, right? Like Walter in French is then like Godier or whatever, right? And then he like messed up the spelling or something. That sounds about right. Okay. Yeah, yeah, touche. For some reason, I mixed that up. Yeah, my bad. I haven't looked it up for a long time. Good correction. Thank you. Yeah. Like Waltr is basically Walter, and like the French version of Walter is Godier. And then he just like butchered the spelling of it because it's actually a good idea to do so. As far as I understand, I think that's actually the case. Yeah. Like Walter is like the English version, right? The French version of Walter is actually Godier. So like Jean-Paul Godier, like if you were to say it in like old English, it would be John Paul Walter. As far as I understand it, I could be off, I could be wrong, but I think that's like the actual like way we get there. Je ne sais pas, right? Voulez-vous coucher avec moi? No, I don't want to sleep with you. All right, so we just heard that song. Yeah, damn right. So good. Oh, this is such a good cover, man. Oh, buddy. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, dude, it's so good. Dude, Bardcore is so good. Yeah, for sure, Nightshade. Like, this is the best. And real quick, hold on. Space Case, are you still out there? How are you feeling? I could wrap up stream right now if you want to play some games. If you're not feeling well, we can punt it. Like, I'd rather play games with you for the next 2 hours than not, but if you're not feeling well, I get it, man. I'm just saying, Space Case, if you're out there, just let me know. Because I do want to play some games with you. But you mentioned you're not feeling well. I would have ended like an hour ago, actually. Which is around the time that you said you weren't feeling well. Ooh, Sergeant Pepper is so good. I have not played any Marvel Rivals. I'm not necessarily like a big Overwatch fan. Like, I played it a bunch. I'm the kind of person that I would rather just play a game with friends, regardless of the game, even if I don't like it that much. If I had a crew to play Marvel Rivals with, I'd just play that game, whether I like it or not. I just don't care. To me, the best part is actually playing with people. Which is why, like, I'm totally willing to kill the stream right now with, like, 5 minutes notice to play games with Space Case if he's feeling up to it. I don't want to say, like, I'm a good friend. Like, I try. Like, I'm kind of an asshole. Like, you know me, right? Like, I'm kind of a jerk. But I do like to think that empathy is a major part of, like, who I am. Doesn't mean it's always accurate. Doesn't mean I'm always empathetic. But empathy is a big part of my like internal representation of myself. All right, so hold on. Yeah, let's skip ahead. Feel it still? Yeah, I spoiled it. Sorry, I should have let you guys figure it out, but you would have gotten it real quick, right? Oh, I love this cover already. This is super good. So Steel Toad, you strive to be empathetic, but some days you only manage pathetic. I get it. I see the joke in there. You should have thrown a kappa on it. Personally. Because I know you don't actually believe that. Right? Like, it was definitely a joke you were making. Right? Wordplay. It needed a kappa. Yes, exactly, G-Man. I'm a self-aware asshole. I'm not just your run-of-the-mill asshole. I'm at least self-aware that I'm normally kind of an asshole. For sure. Like, I get it. No, and I get that we leave tonight. Yes, they are probably from the same root word. But root words don't always, like, give the entire meaning that people are expecting, right? What are we working on? A solid buzz. Cheers. Yeah, exactly. No big deal. Now, we're like slowly working on adding a filter to this filters list, but we built like such an abstraction that I do need to evaluate how we build this abstraction in a way to add like another filter to it. And I am kind of dragging my feet in doing so just simply because I really do value the shower thoughts for things like this. I don't like making rash decisions about abstractions. I mean, yeah, right? If it's brown, flush it down. If it's yellow, let it mellow. I get it. Yeah, totally. Right? Get rid of the bullshit as quick as possible, but, you know, let's stew a little. I know. I totally get what you meant. I fucking love this song. You know the song, right? Dude, this is such a fucking good cover. Oh my god, this is so good. Oh, it makes me sad how good it is. Yeah, if you were to actually like press me, I would probably put Tears for Fears as my favorite 80s band. And that's actually tough because I really like Peter Gabriel. But nah, I would put Tears for Fears above them. So this is called Bardcore. Yeah, let me just paste the link. Bardcore is really like, it's not necessarily like minimalistic. It's more like, what if this song was written in the 1200s, right? Like in the Middle Ages. Loot maxing. There you go. Nightshade. Nailed it. Yeah, listen to Bardcore on the way to Ren Fair. I feel like that is such an edge case statement. Like, how many people have actually been to a Ren Fair? For some reason, I think of like workaholics when they go to the fucking the Juggalo festival, and it's like, hey, you dropped something. Oh no, that was poop. Poop just came out of your pants. All right, never mind. Whatever. Oh, that was poop. Never mind. It's such a good episode. I really do love Workaholics. I love that show. It's really well done. But yeah, the whiskey I'm sipping on is Baker's. I misspoke and said it was Booker's earlier. It's only Booker's if you really mispronounce it. Alan knows this song immediately. Yeah. This is Alan's jam. I would actually consider Queen more of a 70s band that just continued into the 80s. Does that make sense there, G-Man? Because I personally consider Queen actually a 70s band. Especially like just based on like the genre of music they make that just continued to release music into the 80s. Yes, I think so. Like more it's like the vibe. Yeah, Oingo Boingo is a pure 80s band. Absolutely. Oingo Boingo is fantastic, by the way. I would put Oingo Boingo as like a close third in my favorite 80s bands. Tears for Fears, Peter Gabriel, Oingo Boingo. And then Devo after that. Is Metallica an 80s band? I would say Metallica's tough because they like reinvented themselves multiple times. So that's tougher. And then, yeah, hold on. I'm not ignoring you and your question there, Eidolon. Give me a second. This camera is it's like a Sony something or other. It's the Sony ZV-E10 or something like that. The lens on it is a Sigma, like, I want to say like 18 millimeter, like fixed focus lens. So it's not a zoom lens. I can't change the focal length. The lens is more important than the camera. Keep that in mind. But yeah, like, no, I have a teleprompter in front of it so I can actually like read your messages and chat with you while you say them. I do think that is one of the things that I do different from most other streamers in this category. Like, how many other streamers do you know that have a teleprompter to where when they're talking to you, they're looking directly in your eyes as you do so? So yeah, watching, judging. I think it's noticeable. Like, I do sometimes like look to the corner to read your message, where like when I'm watching a video of myself, I can see when I'm not necessarily looking like dead center, but I'm still like looking a little bit. So there's a bit of that. Like, I can notice when I'm like, I can notice when people are reading from a teleprompter, like they're reading like lines directly. I can see their eyes actually like scanning. So my teleprompter is using an external monitor. Like, I'm basically using like the Newer. I don't know how to pronounce the name, right? Newer teleprompter. I'm using one of these, and then I have some other bullshit thing like hooked up, right? The screen that is prompting is just like another like external like monitor that you just buy and use. And honestly, this one's kind of shitty. Like, this one suffers from like screen burn-in and all sorts of shit, which I'm not a fan of. But yeah, I like the teleprompter. I like being able to look directly in people's faces. And yes, I use a custom like Chrome extension that flips things because, yeah, the teleprompter doesn't do the flipping. So if you were looking at teleprompters, the Elgato teleprompter is probably the best thing they make, honestly. It was just sold out when I was looking to get a teleprompter, so I didn't get it. And I just have my own thing and I make it work. But the Elgato teleprompter actually does that flipping for you in a really, really cool way. Yeah, like, I'm normally not a fan of Elgato's stuff. The teleprompter is the best thing they've ever done. It is like their absolute best product, in my opinion. Like, they just nailed it, right? Like, the developer experience, like the user experience of it, like auto flipping the UI instead of relying upon some bullshit, like, you know, post-processing stuff. Man, they nailed it. They did a really good job there. So yeah, if you're an Elgato fan, I would say check out their teleprompter. I think that is actually their most valuable product, in my opinion. I don't use it, so I don't know for sure. But the way that they do like the X-axis flip is something that you can't do easily through an OS. Windows doesn't have anything for it. Maybe Linux would let it be a little easier, but I'm not using Linux to stream. I'm not using Linux for my OBS, any of that. So yeah, like, you know. Yeah, camera is directly behind the teleprompter. Yes, that's actually the whole value to a teleprompter. So the way that the image is projected up to what we're seeing is at an angle that the camera doesn't pick it up. But because of just like magic, I see it, you know? The Stream Deck is another amazing piece of software. I was going to say the Stream Deck is actually second to their teleprompter. I find more value from the Stream Deck because I just don't have their teleprompter. But yes, the Stream Deck is actually a majorly valuable piece of tech as well. And I think the Stream Deck actually works for people that don't even stream. It's really good just for like any types of like macros you would want to set up. Like, it's really good. The Stream Deck is actually their best thing. I was forgetting that. Damn right, G-Man. Damn right. So, Eidolon, I work at GitKraken as a developer advocate. So sometimes I need to read from a script to do something. I actually don't like doing it still because when I see the video of me reading from a script on a screen, I see my eyes doing the scan and I don't like it. Like, at all. I really actually hate it. So instead, I'd rather just develop bullet points and just say the thing Even if it's not script perfect, it's more human because I'm just saying it and looking at you and saying it like without like you seeing my eyes scan it. The eyes scanning it thing takes me out of all sorts of shit. Like, I hate when I see like a YouTuber who's obviously reading from a script. Nah, man. Ditch the script and memorize your bullet points and just make it real. It's just better that way. Just make it real. Split it up into chunks so you don't have to do the entire fucking thing. And then you just pick the best chunks. So yeah, personally, I don't like it. Politicians will have two on each side and they'll like glance around and look at them and like it looks like they're looking at the audience when you're seeing them read like via TV or whatever. And sure, like that works better, but it's still just kind of gross. Like it depends on the politician. I really do feel like I don't remember recognizing Obama ever directly reading from a teleprompter. To me, it seemed like he memorized shit to a point where like he might be reading it verbatim, like from what he wrote, or instead he's just ad-libbing, but he knows what he wanted to say. Right? Because he has like the bullet points he cared most about. I don't know for sure. And that's maybe something Trump does really well too. I don't know. I don't watch his speeches because reasons. I didn't watch that many of Obama's either, just because reasons. Like, no, I'm not going to watch politics. Fuck that shit. No, and I get that, G-Man, right? I'm just saying, like, the most charismatic people are the ones that don't actually just memorize a script. Like, that's actually the way to recognize that they're actually that good and charismatic. They can actually just say what they want as long as they know, like, the points that they needed to cover. That's actually what makes a really good speaker. They're not reading from a script. So yeah, I just want to point out, like, I'm not trying to be biased towards any direction. There are charismatic speakers on both sides that often don't go strictly according to the script they have. Some more obvious than others. All right, my bias might be showing. I'm only human, okay? But just think about like the most compelling YouTube videos you've ever watched. Are they directly reading from a script? Or are they just talking? And I think the best YouTube videos you've ever seen that is at least like a talking head, they're not reading directly from a script. They just aren't. Right? There's something very like phony about a stream that feels like they're just reading from a script, you know? Exactly, G-Man. Yeah, for sure. Dude, the Ashton Kutcher, Mila Kunis, like, apology when they defended fucking rapist guy. They were definitely reading from a fucking script. You can see it in their eyes. Like, obviously it's not genuine. And then they apologize for defending rapist guy. Like, no, like, dude, that wasn't even genuine either. Like, dude, yeah. Hold on. You know who I mean. Masterson, right? Dude, that fucking dude. Yeah, rapist guy. Yeah, for sure. They like wrote a letter to the fucking judge and all that shit, trying to use their celebrity to get him off. Like, dude, rapist guy. Yeah, Danny Masterson. I believe we should all come to know Danny Masterson as simply just rapist guy. Yeah. Yeah, he deserves that. I don't care how cool his character was on 70s Show. I don't give a shit. I can enjoy that show and still hate the fucking actor. I can watch K-Pax and American Beauty and still hate fucking Kevin Spacey. Right? You can enjoy the art and still hate the artist. That is like a major theme of this stream in general. I love the IT crowd. Not a big fan of Graham Linehan at this point. He's still funny when he has his guest spots on like Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. Was he the worst? No, he was the... Honestly, like, he was the best character on that 70s show. Foreman was too vanilla. Fucking Aziz, or whatever his name was too fucking racist stereotype, like, bullshit. Like, ugh. Foreman as a character... Not Foreman, sorry, like, Danny Masterson's character, I forget the name now, Hyde, was pretty damn good as a character. Just, the actor sucks, you know? We can separate that. He was the cool guy, at least. Yeah, but yeah, like the bullshit cool guy. So, I think that's fine. The mom was actually the best character, right? Red, pretty good too. Oh, this bardcore right here is fucking nailing it, dude. Kelso? No, I always hated Kelso, the character, because he was just like the stereotypical jock, and he was the person that I hated the most at my own high school, you know? Yeah, this is Nirvana for sure, and it's fucking nailing it, isn't it? Oh, dude. Chong's character was fucking good. Yes, exactly, yeah. And someone could come out and say that, yeah, Tommy Chong is a terrible individual. I love his characters, man. You don't have to like the person that played the character. You know? All right, so hold on. Without getting too controversial, Michael Jackson, R. Kelly, Louis C.K., they seem to have escaped due to their pure talent or something. I mean, no, Louis C.K. is still canceled. Did you not know that, G-Man? Louis C.K. is still fucking canceled. When I do think, like, his, like, Me Too moment is one of the most benign. I haven't seen the comeback, so I might have mistaken that. I don't know for sure. But, like, his, like, Me Too moment was the most benign. Like, he asked the person if it was okay if he masturbated, and they said yes. Was he using his power to coerce that statement? maybe, but dude, he had consent, but then, like, due to his power, it would have been weird to, like, deny that consent as well, right? And it's not like he penetrated somebody, he just jerked off. Like, it's actually the saddest version of the Me Too movement. It's actually the most pathetic. Dude asked for permission to jerk off and still got called out for it. Like, dude, that is so much fucking, like, less of an issue compared to fucking Weinstein. Are you kidding me? Like, dude, Weinstein deserves that shit. Louis C.K., he asked. If they had said no, he would have actually, like, he would have been totally okay with that. Would he? Do you think he would have been a dick about it? No. So yeah, like, Louis C.K.'s, like, Me Too, like, moment is, like, the most benign of that entire era. Weinstein deserves prison time. Absolutely. Louis C.K.? I don't know, man. It was just bad timing. Do I want him to jerk off in front of me? No, and I would say no. And he probably wouldn't do it. So I feel like there's a thing there. The person that felt slighted by that could have simply said no, but they felt coerced, and at that same time, like, feeling coerced is the same as being coerced at that point. Hold on. So this is like a double up. No. So here's the big thing they're idle on. It's not because he was just a celebrity. It was this was someone that worked for him. It was an employee. And that is actually the bigger part of it, right? Sleeping with someone because you're a celebrity is a thing. Doing sexual things with an employee, that's a totally separate thing. That's a totally separate thing. Celebrities sleep with people that are fans all the time. But there's no money involved. They're not employees for it. Louis C.K. made the mistake of doing it with an employee. So to that regard, I get it. I understand it. But he doesn't deserve the same canceling that Weinstein got. Right? Like, these two things are just not equal. Now, also, was Louis C.K. right in doing so? No. But also, he asked if it was okay. But again, it was to an employee. And that employee felt like saying no would have meant the cost of their job. At which point, there's definitely some, like, not okayness to it. So I'm not saying he's totally forgiven, but holy shit, he's not Weinstein level. That's all, right? I'm not trying to minimize someone's fucking trauma, etc. The power dynamic creates a gray area. Exactly. 1000%. I fully agree. He should not have done that to an employee. Had he asked just a simple fan, no one would bat an eye. That's up to that staff to make it an issue. If they lose their job because they break up with an owner of a business, like, yeah, no, that's why, as an owner of a business, you just can't date staff. At the point where you feel an attraction and the staff feels the same way, you set up a contract. Hey, I'd like to date you. I can't employ you any longer. Is it okay if we continue to date? Etc. And if the answer is no, well, I'll happily continue to employ you, but we can't go any further with any of this stuff, right? Normally, there would be a very clear divergence there. No. So, I mean, you could not fire them based upon only that. You would have to show cause. The implication is simply that you gave them the option that, hey, we can date because we have feelings. If the answer is yes, I'm sorry, you can't be employed here anymore. Otherwise, we do have feelings and we have expressed them mutually together. At which point, you can maintain your job, but we can't pursue a relationship any further, and we will separate those things. That is actually the dichotomy there. No. So, Eidolon, I think you're missing the actual dichotomy. They should not feel pressured to do anything. If they have feelings, they should actually understand that they're no longer employable because of that conflict of interest. And if we want to pursue these feelings further, that's up to us, but we have to cease the business interaction at that point. And if they don't want to do so, well, then I will happily keep employing you because who cares about feelings? You're a great employee. Let's keep working. That is the only ethical way of doing any of that. And it does happen. Wow, G-Man, you recognize this song? I had no idea. I would not have known. I have no idea. I have no clue. I would not have known. Okay. All right. But yeah, I don't know. I think we're getting into like questionable territory, but I don't have any like gaming group to go game with right now. Acorn has some shit they want to do. Algo Bro stayed up too late, so like they're passing the fuck out. Robotic isn't available. So it would just be me gaming later tonight, and you know what? Who gives a shit? I'd rather keep chatting and hanging out with y'all, and then slowly working on code. What games do I play? All sorts of shit. In League of Legends, I'm a Singed main. Yeah, you can hate me for that. I get it. It's fine. I'm accepting of the hate as a Singed main. I have played Overwatch 2. I was a Sigma main. But also, I'm just not a fan. Like, I don't know. Overwatch just isn't my kind of game. Singed in League of Legends is the guy that leaves a poison trail behind him. You can play Singed without being toxic. You can also be toxic without playing Singed. Janhua, I did not know that, but yeah, Miley Cyrus ripped off some other song? Color me surprised. No, yeah, sounds about right. Like, no, she's just a bullshit pop artist. I assume she didn't write a single thing she ever did, because she's a bullshit pop artist. Bullshit pop music is something I am fundamentally against here on stream. So yes, I'm a hater. I've never listened to an Ariana Grande song willingly. It's not something I do. Really, Johnwa? That's fucking crazy to me. So G-Man, no, it's someone we've actually heard of. It's Max Martin. No, yeah, you should have heard of Max Martin. This is the dude that has actually like created so many fucking songs that they couldn't even like compare it in this lyric. Right? Baby, one more time. I want it that way. The way it is. It's gonna be me. I kissed a girl. One more night. Shake it off. Blinding light. Save your tears. Like, dude. Max Martin has written more pop hits than any pop artist ever. Ever. Good luck. He's written more pop hits than fucking Michael Jackson at this point. Yeah, Max Martin is the Swedish guy that made every single band of the late 90s and early 2000s what they are. Right? Like, dude, pop music owes their entire career to this dude. Yeah, Max Martin. Max Martin actually owns... Dude, he is just sitting pretty off of every single residual from the songs he actually wrote. And the artists that made those songs popular, they probably make less than this dude does off of the songs that he wrote for them. Dude, this guy's a fucking genius. And very few people that like pop music actually know his name. He's written music for, hold on, let's look at it, Backstreet Boys, Britney Spears, Maratone, which I have no idea what that is, Pink, Usher, Avril Lavigne, Jessie J, Katy Perry, Christina Aguilera, Taylor Swift, Ariana Grande, The Weeknd, Coldplay, and others. Too many fucking people owe their careers to this dude making music that actually made them famous. Like, it's fucking insane, man. Co-wrote the song Dare La 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 for Shakira. Ghost Town by Adam Lambert. Yeah, the guy from fucking that shitty band that no one should actually like. Yeah, you know who I mean. Like, come on. Right? Demi Lovato, Selena Gomez, Adele. Like, oh my god, dude. Justin Timberlake. Justin Bieber. Like, Lady Gaga. Adele again. Like, dude. I don't see Nickelback in this. Hold on. All right, so no Nickelback. Nickelback is 100% owning of their terrible fucking reputation. Yes, their lyrics and their songs are all like a copy and paste bullshit of each other. And yes, that is 100% their doing. They didn't have help doing that. They just suck on their own. Yeah, Nickelback doesn't have any single scapegoat to blame for their failure. No, they are their own failure. They just fucking suck. Yeah, their poppy bullshit that they made is 100% their own doing. I'm not gonna lie though. Nickelback had that one song. Nickelback had that one song in which the music video is them in a courthouse, right? And they're like doing a thing, and they're like, hey, yeah, like doing like their fucking bullshitty, like grungy thing, like biting the bullshit grunge that they didn't invent. And like there's like a riot outside on the streets where like people are having like water sprayed at them. Anyone know what the song that I'm talking about? That's like the only legitimate Nickelback song because it's before they were famous, but it's like the same formula they played for every single song they made after that. Hold on. Let me look it up. Nickelback song in a courthouse with a riot outside. Well, I typed that in, and hold on. Google thinks what I'm looking for is a Canadian news article saying Canadian police use Nickelback music as a torture device. Okay, not what I was looking for, but also interesting. Scott Storch. I don't know who that is. All right, Nickelback song. Before they were famous, maybe? I don't think it's Seek and Destroy. Maybe it is Seek and Destroy. I don't think it is. What up, Leozinho? How you doing? There you go, G-Man. Yeah, sounds about right. All right, so who here knows enough about Nickelback? What is the Nickelback song? Oh, Seek and Destroy is the song that's playing right now. Yeah, dude, you got it, G-Man. You nailed it. Good call. What is the Nickelback song that's like them inside of like a courthouse defending themselves, and then like the rest of the video is like a riot outside the courthouse? You do not have to represent yourself as a Nickelback fan because, yes, I get that is a questionable statement in and of itself. Are you aware of that music video from when you used to watch MTV Edge? Yeah, open a private browser tab because you don't want to be judged by that. Damn right. Yeah, for sure. I think you might know the song though, right? Like, yeah, Portrait. I get it. Yeah, yeah. Like, no, Nickelback sucks. We get it. There was at least a portion of time where Nickelback was not sold the fuck out and they were actually okay. I mean, Nightshade, we'd ban you anyway just cuz, right? Just because I want to be like Prime. I want to ban Nightshade just for fun. I'm barely kidding right now. G-Man, so you're saying you saw Nickelback live at the peak of their fame in Minneapolis, right? Don't feel bad about that. Like, come on, dude. I saw Korn at their prime. I've seen worse. Don't feel bad about it. Yeah, that Nodders is actually like way too big. So you saw Nickelback at the peak of their popularity. I saw Korn at the peak of their popularity. Don't feel bad about that. Come on. Come on. Don't feel bad about what you did. Embrace it. Right? Come on. A human without regrets is barely human. I just want to say that right now. Like, a human without a single regret is barely human. If you've never done anything you regret, yeah, like, we'll never get along. I doubt anything you're saying is truthful, and you might be an alien. To be human is to have regrets. Embrace those regrets. Those are what make you you. Okay? It's totally fine. Yes, exactly. A human without regrets is just not human. That's all there is to it. So maybe we're calling out some of the aliens living among us. And my teleprompter allows me to look you in the eyes and say this. Front end design, Goose King. So hold on, I'm only the Goose King if you remember my story about whomping a goose in the neck. So you've been here at least a couple streams. So yes, I am the Goose King. But hold up. You can't refer to me as that because other people lack the context. I am the Goose King. Geese fucking fear me. I'm not even kidding about that. Geese fear me. But the story behind that is not a story that needs to be told. So yeah, like, what's your actual question? Besides the Goose King part. Yes, ask your question about front-end design. Goose King is definitely a title I hold, but it's not relevant to the question they were going to ask. Okay? And pro snowboarder, no, I never collected a paycheck. Am snowboarder is the only way you can phrase that. I'm sorry, like, no, I never got any money for snowboarding. So no, I'm not a pro snowboarder. I never got paid. I am Goose King, am snowboarder, mediocre guitarist, and other things beyond that. That is my title. You are inflating it in a way that I cannot actually, like, endorse. Okay? Hardcore streamer could be added to that. I'll accept that. Talented snowboarder, maybe. Mediocre guitarist is the only way you can phrase that. For sure. I have not been paid to be the Goose King, but goose fear me. Geese fear me. Right? Okay. Hardcore or bardcore streamer. I'll accept either one. I stream more than most other streamers, so yes, I will accept hardcore streamer as a title. I was gonna say, like, no, I'm not John Lennon. Oh, you're right. Yes, no, this is John Lennon. Imagine all the people thinking that I'm hardcore. Nah. Can't even believe it. Nah, I'm good. Imagine all the streamers streaming day to day. Yes, you could use whiskey connoisseur as my description. Yes. But you got to be really particular about how you describe me because I will take offense if you're not accurate. When I start a big project, do I start observing and collecting samples of design styles, etc., that I like? And if so, do I collect them? I don't. We leave tonight. Nah, I don't give a shit. Yeah, like the UI you're seeing right here is completely unhindered by some bullshit design that like Shad CN or some other thing would dictate. Like, nah, I don't give a fuck. Like, I do need some spacing. Like, dude, this button should not be that close to the border. Like, I get that. We can solve that. That's easy. But nah, man, like, generic design bullshit? I take 0 notes. I'm not a big fan of jazz. Too many unnecessary notes. I am basically like the Charlie from Always Sunny as it applies to fucking design. I'm not a fan of like generic design. Too many unnecessary notes. Here's the biggest thing. If you want to understand me as a person, I actually align with Charlie from Always Sunny in Philadelphia more so than I don't. I haven't watched Blackberry with Glenn Howerton. That's like the story of like Blackberry, right? No, I haven't seen it. I do believe he has a show that he's making lately that I would really like to watch, but I haven't seen that either. Do I have a crazy of me with a crazy wall? Because I totally should. Yeah, Charlie is actually the smartest character in the entire show. Yeah. He's a fucking genius that just wasn't allowed to become a genius because of like the upbringing he had. Yeah, no, Charlie is a fucking like he's brilliant. He wrote that entire fucking musical, man. Like, dude, could a donkey brain write that whole musical? Hell no. Charlie definitely does not have donkey brains. Yeah, the Nightman cometh. For sure, man. Could a donkey brain write that entire fucking play? No, definitely not. It's just that simple. It's that easy, right? Anyone know this song? I don't know this song. So We Leave Tonight knows this song. I definitely don't. Yeah, I don't. Who made this song? Who wrote this? Who recorded this? Oh, the fucking Beatles? This is my fucking Big Lebowski moment, right? I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Beatles, okay? Please don't hate me. I don't like the Beatles. I just don't. I'm sorry, like, none of their music is something I would ever put on and listen to. I can recognize the value they've had and, like, like, I appreciate what they've done for music. I just don't want to listen to it. Please don't hate me for that statement. I just don't like the fucking Beatles. Like, this is my Big Lebowski moment. Like, like, he's in the fucking cab and he's like, I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Beatles. He says the Eagles, but it's the same fucking thing, okay? It's the same fucking thing. Like, I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Beatles. I could rephrase it to be like, I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Eagles. You know what? I only like a couple songs by the Eagles too. So Eagles, Beatles, same fucking thing to me. They've only got a couple songs that are actually good. I don't want to listen to them. Hold on, hold on. No, I fucked up. Here we go. Dude, I hate the fucking Eagles. I hate the fucking Beatles. That statement is more true to me than I think I'm actually willing to endorse publicly. So y'all here on stream, take that with you to your grave. If I said I hate the fucking Beatles on social media, oh my god. I'd never hear the end of it. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Please don't judge me for that socially. But I don't like the Beatles. I just don't. I'm sorry. I feel like I'm so sorry for that. If you like the Beatles, please continue to like the Beatles. Just know that we don't agree. Eagles, same fucking problem. I've had a long fucking day and I just hate the fucking Eagles. I should make a tweet to get ahead of this statement, right?
So I understand that statement, G-Man. The problem is you're gonna hear me talk about JavaScript. So it may have been a long day, but yeah, just the simple fact of the matter is that that shit's gonna happen. So you just might be in the wrong place. Take on me. Take me on. Yeah, no, I can't sing it. So yeah, sorry. I won't subject you to that any further. But yeah, no, you're not wrong. There's definitely something where I have lost like the momentum to solve these problems, and this is really actually like a good place to pick up on Monday. Anything that can be written in JavaScript will be. I don't know that exact quote. I feel like that's like a Jake Archibald or something. I'd be curious if you can find like the original author, but it does sound to me like it sounds like a Jake Archibald. Jeff Atwood. Oh, yeah, the Stack Overflow guy. Okay. Every application becomes a to-do list. Yeah, you're not wrong there either. Yeah, totally. I like it. I'm into it. Hell yeah, I'm into it. Yeah. And Keegan, you're actually catching us towards the end of our thing. I'll be over on Gaming Stream here real soon. But we're talking some bullshit. And yeah, I got some stuff that I kind of want to do. So here's part of the fun, Keegan. We are listening to music that is not always obvious about the song that is being played. Do you recognize the song? You got to shout it out. That's your job. All right, there you go. Touche. Damn, Keegan fucking nailed it with Country Roads. Take me home. Yeah. Yeah, we're like winding down. I'm gonna cook some terrible fucking hot dogs and eat some bullshit food tonight. Yeah, no worries there, G-Man. Yeah, Country Roads and West Virginia. Like, they actually have, like, the same melody, so, like, nah, like, one ripped off the other. Come on, you know. Am I gonna make it out to Miami for, like, React Miami? My current answer is no. If your company will pay for it, fucking do it, dude. Like, yeah, dude, you should definitely do it. I will message the main people behind it and be like, "Hey, come on, can I get a free ticket if I can show up? My company won't sponsor a fucking hotel room, but god damn it, I just want to show up. If I can convince the company, like, you know, to give me a free ticket, then I'll eat the costs. I'm willing to eat the cost for the trip if they at least absorb the cost of a ticket. No, and I get that, Keegan. If I can get them to cover my ticket, like, dude, I'll split a room, but just keep in mind, like, I don't think I snore. I hope you don't. And the moment any one person we have in the room starts to snore, I'm fucking out. I'm going somewhere else. So I don't know, man. I'm just saying. So you don't snore and you also wear earplugs. All right. I will happily split a room with you. We can make this happen. I'm still going to need, like, the venue to cover my ticket to justify me going. If they give me a free ticket just for hyping it up, I'm in. All right? I'm in. I would rather have had my talk accepted, but yeah, I get it. I get it. If you don't snore, all right. We can figure it out. I'm going to say, like, right now is not the moment to figure it out. So, like, yeah, let's solve this in perpetuity eventually, you know? But right now, like, nah. You spin me right round, baby, right round. So, Keegan, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure I could talk my way into a personal ticket to the conference. If you want me to argue on your behalf, I can do so. It does become tougher. But we should talk about this, like, otherwise. Like, here on this stream, like, dude, I got the whiskey in me. Like, come on, man. Like, nah, this is not the right place to actually have this discussion. PM me, right? We can talk about it more on Twitter or wherever you see fit. Fucking Twitter. But I get it. Yeah, if you want to chat on Twitter, we can do that. Like, I don't know, man. Fucking Twitter. Discord is better. I would say Discord for sure. Because, dude, fuck Twitter. Like, dude. I don't want Elon to be an intermediary for any single thing I do. Like, fuck that asshole, man. Like, dude. Maybe if you use Twitter enough, he'll boost your fucking PoE2 account. That would assume that he actually plays PoE2 himself. No, he got that entire hardcore account killed because he tried to play once and it fucking died. Like, nah, dude. Like, he's not playing any of these fucking games himself. He doesn't do that. He pays people to do that because he sucks at most of the things he tries to do. You know that, right? Like, dude, he just sucks in general. Is there a single thing you think he tries that he's actually good at? Ladle is very simple. He isn't. He's not even running those 3 companies. But also, he's not number 1 at Diablo. He is bad at every single thing he does because he's actually just really bad. Yeah, like he's terrible at everything he does because he's not good at anything he does. It's actually really simple. Yeah, Elon is terrible at every single thing he does. When you recognize that, you should probably not be investing into any company he runs. Because he's not actually running those companies. Duh. I didn't see any of that Nightshade, but I have seen some of the critiques, and yeah, like, dude. Right? If Elon is as bad at PoE2 as he is at anything else, like, holy shit, no one should invest any company he runs into anything. Like, dude. He's not even capable of running a fucking PoE account. Why would he be capable of running a fucking multi-billion dollar like company? No, like there are people underneath him actually doing the hard work. And he has nothing to do with that shit. Yeah, I'll be over on gaming here in a bit. Yeah, Keegan, no big deal. We're at the point where, yes, I need to just like go do a gaming stream and chill. And then we'll take a day off because I don't stream on Sundays. And then I'll be back here on Monday. And yes, like this like quota list, like range list filter thing needs to be done. But I did let stream go off the rails a little too much. And we're not going to finish anything today. That's on me. I did that. Chat had no say because I could have just done stuff without chat saying anything. Instead, I decided to let chat derail itself. And we had a really good time doing so. So yeah, Monday we come back and we actually make this filter. Tomorrow, nah, I'm just gaming, I'm chilling, I'm doing my thing. I'll see y'all on gaming channel. We'll just watch like The Detectorists or some like British TV. It'll be fantastic. It'll be great. But yeah, so for this stream, yeah, who do we go raid? Who's even going right now? Who is even streaming right now? Ben is fine. I don't even know what you're talking about there. Like, that sounds like a crazy fucking stream. Yeah, most streams actually do like game dev, but they're gaming right now. Like we're looking for people gaming right now. Sorry, software and game dev streaming right now. Hold on, Keegan. Why does Next.js suck so much? Why does Next.js suck so much? They started 2 minutes ago. So they knew that I am ending stream and they hear me saying this right now. Keegan, I see you. Yeah, I see you side-eyeing my commentary. Come on, man. All right, we'll go raid Keegan anyway, because why not? They're good. We haven't had a chance to raid them. So, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, Keegan, I see you. Watching, judging. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. They have a much better, like, mustache, soul patch, like, chin thing going. So, yes. I'm a little jealous of them. How dare they? But no, let's go say hi to Keegan. They're actually really cool. I got to meet them over at the Primogens like Family Feud thing in New York. Like it was actually really fun and it was like really cool to meet them. So let's go say hi to Keegan. I'll go cook some fucking hot dogs for my gaming stream. Like who cares about gaming? And yeah, we'll go raid Keegan. He's a good dude. People on YouTube. Yeah, Keegan. I don't know if he has even like a YouTube channel. He's a good dude though, so you should go find him on Twitch. But YouTube, touche, like farewell. See you not tomorrow, but on Monday. Later.